Getting started. Okay, everyone, grab your seats. We're going to get started in just 2 minutes. You can talk at your tables. Now you know why we don't do a lot of networking breaks. Grab your seats, grab your seats. We're probably going to have people walking in, so if you want to come up front, there's seats up front. This table here. No one ever wants to sit up front. Dr. Coopersmith.
Well, my name is Joel Coopersmith. I am here to welcome you to Georgetown University. I am an emeritus professor here at Georgetown, and for many years, for a number of years, I was the director of Veterans Initiatives, which is a unit I started. So I'm going to read something. I'm the only emeritus professor you'll ever see that doesn't need reading glasses. Now, I would like to welcome you to Georgetown University. We are happy to host this event and hope you have a very interesting and instructive time. The first thing I want to say is that Georgetown has always been a veteran-friendly place, and we have a substantial number of veterans on our faculty and among the student body. One of the first deans of the medical school was, in fact, a previous Surgeon General of the Army. As we look at the evolution of our military personnel and our weapons systems and training, they are constantly improving, and the U.S. military can be considered among the most advanced employees in the world. The current war, Iran war, is different from previous wars, even from the recent 12-day war. Veterans emerge from the military with high-tech skills and very advanced AI and computer knowledge. They fit very well into the civilian employment needs of the country, as well as, of course, in the defense industries. The focus on substantial possibilities for employment of veterans is also an answer to the so-called broken veteran narrative, which is a media depiction of veterans only in the challenges they face. Military Thriving examines some of these issues, and as is the purpose of all educational institutions, we at Georgetown hope that by the end of the day, your thinking has advanced over what it was at the beginning of the day and that you have enjoyed the experience. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank Dr. Coopersmith for his leadership and his mentorship. Most of you don't know this. A few years ago, in May of 2023, we went to the Department of Defense. We brought 15 companies that represent 450,000 veterans in corporate America. We brought 8 best-in-class nonprofits that empower veterans to thrive outside of the workplace, finding purpose, connecting to communities, taking care of their health and well-being, and filling their kit bags up with those things they need to constantly seek self-improvement. The Department of War, then the Department of Defense, talked to us for 110 of those 120 minutes, what they were doing to solve the problem in recruiting the next generation to serve our country. They didn't listen to those 15 companies or those 8 nonprofits. And without Georgetown and without Dr. Coopersmith and General Casey, we never would have written our white paper to talk about how the private sector can play a larger role, and we never would have had Georgetown. This is our 3rd year. Georgetown University is a true partner, an important partner on a national stage. And it's important to recognize that what happens here in DC is important. And we have a voice. Everyone in this room has a voice, and so do the hundreds of people who represent our community, veterans, military spouses, active duty service members that are out here listening to us today, right here on YouTube. So it's not just you in the room, it's us together trying to make this type of change. I have 3 realizations about what I just said and about what this change forum is about what change is about. Private sector-led solutions. I'm not sure that we'll be successful in this experiment called military thriving. I'm really not. But I am confident we're going to do our best to try, and we're going to provide information, just like we did the white paper about recruiting 3 years ago, on what the private sector can do to help with the transition process. That's the first realization. This is private sector led. Make no mistake about it. I understand after founding Hiring Our Heroes that it has to be the public and private sector working together. But in my opinion, there's not enough of the latter. And we need to engage with the private sector more to open up the apertures of young people who are leaving our military and veterans who never found a positive transition and are still transitioning. The second thing is, listen, whatever we do here, it really doesn't matter as much as what happens at the local level. All hiring, all change, all impact happens at the local level. I learned that over 10 years as a nonprofit leader, and I certainly am learning it now as the CEO of a small business that has 4 employees and went to 15 regions of the country in 2025 to discover what they were doing at the local level to create change. And the last thing I'll say is it's on us. It's on us. It's on us as veterans and military spouses to make this change together. It's on us. Believe it or not, half of all 50 states are represented here today. You're showing up for your community. You're going to go to the next slide. I just went right past my slides. You go to the next one. I don't have the clicker. Now I do. Okay, so I went ahead of this. If you want to see the agenda and the speakers, here's a QR code. You can check it out here. I want to thank all of you, but I also want to thank our sponsors for being such gracious hosts with us. I mentioned Georgetown, but this wouldn't be possible without National University, without Vehicles for Veterans, CVS Health, Blue Forge Alliance, Neighborly, MOA, Amazon, Wells Fargo, and Orion Talent. So that's quite a few companies. They help make this possible, and they're helping in different regions of the country. Most of those companies you've seen have been with us since the beginning. We created something called a Military Thriving Action Coalition, and it's not just about words. It's not just about coming to events. It's actually about creating actionable change. Paul Cucinato and I started this company. We've known each other for 30 years with one goal in mind: to change the broken veteran narrative. Joel mentioned that, but again, I think that is the most important thing that we took on when we started this in 2022. Military thriving cultures, military thriving communities is all about changing it. Because if organizations take that on board and they do something extraordinary, if communities take that on board and they do something extraordinary together, that's when we create real change. In year 1, we had 160 people here. In year 2, we went to 15 regions of the country. In year 3, what you're here to do today is we narrowed those 15 regions, we selected 6, and what we're going to do is model and replicate military thriving communities. This is not your typical conference, convening, or symposium. It's different. It's about empowerment, not entitlement and transition. It's about transformation, not transition. We earn the title soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, guardians, sentinels. We have to earn the title veteran. And if we earn the title military spouse, we keep the title military spouse and veteran spouse. This is about opening up apertures. These people on this slide represent all of you. And some of you are on that slide, and I ask you to send your pictures because these aren't the same people that have a seat at the table, at the biggest conferences, at the biggest convenings, at the biggest symposiums. These are people that run small businesses. These are the people that run small nonprofits. These are the people that run community organizations that are creating the change that we want to make at the local level. One of those organizations that's represented is the National Association for County VSOs. And I want to call them out because last week I was in Reno, and they represent 3,000 veteran service officers at the local level, government veteran service officers that impact hundreds of thousands of veterans. They are our national strategic partner. And I want to recognize Herm Brewer in the room, David West, and Jim Zenner, who came all the way from California to be here today. There are two goals associated with the change form. I want to make this really clear. The first is to empower service members, veterans, and military spouses as students, as employees in industries that are vital to national security, and as entrepreneurs. You're going to see this slide throughout the day because these three E's and the word empowerment, education, employment, entrepreneurship, and how we empower service members to make better, more informed decisions about the opportunities that are available to them is goal number one. Goal number two, recognizing that whatever we produce today, whatever we talk about, whatever we action may not take hold. We may never get upstream in the transition process. We may never fix TAP. Everyone talks about it. If we don't, the second goal is to bring communities together to collaborate, to share best practices so that we improve each other, right? That is the second goal. 6 different regions of the country are here, plus several other states to share those things so that we catch the veterans and the families that fall through the cracks with the help of county veteran service officers across the country. So whatever we model on the transition side, if it doesn't take hold, that's okay, because we have a hedge. The hedge is at the local level, all of you that are doing the real work can make real change together. It's as simple as that. These are our 5 components of military thriving. If you're an organization, you're a community, these are the 5 things that you need to help every veteran, every military spouse, and really every one of your people in your companies and your communities get. It's not just about a job in transition. It's about a sense of purpose through continued service. It's about connecting with your community, finding your tribe again, taking care of your health and well-being, and filling your kit bag up with those things you need to constantly seek self-improvement, just like we did in the military. And it's on us, because we don't have to accept if another organization or a community doesn't do that. We choose who we work for. We choose which nonprofits we serve with. We choose where we live, work, and serve with our families. And if we want to thrive, it's on us to find those things too. It's not just on the organizations to create those cultures and those communities or those environments to help us thrive. We have to demand it of ourselves, and we have to go after these 5 things. Because those 5 things is what we had in the military and what we need to demand on the outside in the civilian world. And this all amounts to one thing: taking care of the people that we are privileged to lead. General Pete Pace said that at an event that I was at with the Presidential Leadership Scholars. There are several PLSers here. Raise your hand. Let me hear it from you. Great. There are several VLPers here, Veterans Leadership Programs. And I realized in that moment when Pete Pace said it, that is military thriving, taking care of the people we're privileged to lead. Okay, we're going to start with the education piece. I said to go back to this slide. 600,000 military affiliated students last year, $10 billion. Name a community in the country that doesn't want the GI Bill to come to their state. Name another one. All right, now I have the honor of introducing our first speaker, Dr. Mark Milliron. I'm not going to go off the script. I heard Mark give what he's about to present to all of you out in Los Angeles back in January or February at an Anders Summit, and it was truly remarkable. And I just asked Mark to present the same thing to all of you. It's about military thriving higher ed design, or something that Mark calls Anders. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mark Milliron.
Thanks, partner. Hello, everybody. Make sure we get my mic up and going. We're good. What a wonderful convening and a great conversation to really catalyze. I want to dive in today to this idea of the whys and ways of serving Anders. And I'll unpack the definition of Anders as we go along so you can kind of get your arms around it. But I want to begin with a quick exercise. When I was, I want to say 10, 11 years old, I was completely blown away one day coming home from school lived in Northern California, a little town called Pacifica, if you know where that is, just south of San Francisco on the coast. And my next door neighbor pulled up in this amazing car, and I was just completely blown away by it. Some of you might recognize this car. What kind of car is that? It's a 280Z. So that 280Z, I had never seen anything like it. We had a station wagon. I come from a family of 9 kids. I actually have an African-American brother, Native American brother, and a Korean sister. In addition to that, we had 25 foster kids who rotated through my house during the time I was growing up. My mom was a special needs nurse, and my dad was out of his mind. No, he was actually a Navy chief, and we were very focused, especially my mom was a specialist in newborns to 2-year-olds with special needs. So we had a big rowdy household, but man, we were stretching to be able to get by. So the idea of that car just kind of blew me away. And that car got into my mind about like what kind of a dream car would be. How many of you, as you were growing up, had a dream car in mind? Raise your hand if you had that dream car. You can picture that in your mind right now, right? Shout out some of your dream cars. What were they? Corvette. What was it? Jaguar. A Jaguar, okay. Shelby, yeah, exactly. The muscle cars. Everyone has their kind of vision of what it was. So I was enraptured with this 280Z. Well, as I grew up, I'm now around 13, 14 years old, and I got pretty tall early. So I was 6'4" by 8th grade, going to my 9th grade year, and I was rail skinny. I think I had to be about 135, 140 pounds. But I was playing in our basketball program at Terra Nova High School and starting to get recognized because I was so tall. And my next door neighbor didn't know who I was until suddenly I showed up in the basketball program my freshman year. He was a senior. He was the star point guard. His name was Brian McKittrick. Brian was amazing, this unbelievably fast point guard, and he was like kind of the toast of the school. And he began talking to me, and he finally realized, oh, you live next door to me. So we started having this conversation, and he goes, well, at some point, he saw how skinny I was. He's like, you got to come lift. He's like, we got to get you lifting weights, doing something like that. I'm like, okay, I'll come lift with you. So on a Saturday morning, I got up, was going to go lift with Brian McKittrick, and so I go out, and this car is in the driveway, and I'm just kind of blown away by this car. It's just absolutely amazing. By the way, Brian McKittrick's like this tall, and so Brian had just finished washing the car, which is his thing on the weekends he had to do, and now we're going to go in and lift. And we started lifting a little bit, and he just caught me staring at the car in my loving, longing way. And he's like, yeah, it's pretty amazing, isn't it? I'm like, yeah, it's pretty unreal. He goes, you want to sit in it? And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, I so want to sit in this car. I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. He goes, let me go get the keys. So he goes in to get the keys, and I'm like, I'm about to sit in this 280Z. This is amazing. And again, the station wagon was great, but this was a little different. So I'm getting ready to sit in the 280Z, and he comes out, he unlocks the door, opens it, and I get in. Anyone have an idea of what happened when I got in that car? The 280Z was designed for an average Japanese man in the 1970s. So a 6'4" kid who got in this car, I didn't fit at all. I literally couldn't put my head up. My head hit the ceiling, elbows hit every kind of side. I could not fit in that car. My knees were hitting the corner. It was terrible. And I still remember Brian looking at me as I'm getting in this car. I'm stuck in there. He goes, oh, he's like, that car's not made for you. And I gotta tell you, there was this moment where it kind of broke my heart. I'm like, this was my dream car, and that car is not meant for you. Stay with that for a second. And I want to talk about a design for somebody and how you would design for somebody. So National University was the brainchild of a Navy captain, PhD, who then retired and became a higher education professor innovator, who was watching service members come back from Vietnam and watching them get savaged by traditional education. Not because traditional universities didn't care about them. Many of them were considered friendly to the university, to the military folks who were coming out, but because it wasn't designed for them, right? Most of these students were working, they are parents, they had other kinds of things that were happening in their life. And he said, there's got to be something better. And he went to the university he was teaching for at the time, and they said, that would only have to happen in non-credit. It can't happen in the credit side. He said, we have to design something differently. So he went with a group of former officers and academics, went to the accreditor in the state and said, we want to create a high-quality university, 100% focused on non-traditional working and military students. And he said, that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to really focus on bringing high-quality education to this cohort, designed for this kind of cohort. From that crazy idea 55 years ago to today, National University is now one of the largest nonprofit private universities in the United States. We serve about 50,000 students every year in our credit programs, another 80,000 in our non-credit training programs. We're about 2/3 graduate. We've got everything from associate's degrees to PhDs and law degrees, great law school. We are 100% focused on non-traditional working and military students to this day. Almost 100% of our students are working, half of our students are parents, half of our undergraduate students are active duty veteran or spouse dependent. Average age of our undergraduate is 32, average age of our master's student is 37, average age of our doctorate is 42. We are classified, in fact, we just had the president of the American Council on Education, Ted Mitchell, was our commencement speaker, and he only does 1 or 2 commencement speeches a year. He did our commencement address specifically because he wanted to come highlight our Carnegie classification. The new Carnegie classifications specifically highlight institutions that are called opportunity colleges and universities. Those are universities that are high in access, flexible, low cost, really kind of work to meet people where they are, but really high in earnings and outcomes. So if you're high in access and high in outcomes, you're considered an OCU. Less than 10% of higher education is considered an OCU. We're one of those institutions. I'm telling you all this because we are specifically designed for that non-traditional working and military students. Our goal is to make sure when they get in our car, right, they feel like they fit. Does that make sense? Okay. And part of our design challenge is we have really told ourselves we've got to get clear about who our students are. And one of the things that really helps us with this clarity is this concept of Anders. Okay. And just to help you get the Ander population before I jump to this, I want you to do me a favor. Close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes real quick. We're going to get you another picture. You've already pictured your favorite card. Now you're going to picture something else. I want you to picture a college student. Just get a picture of a college student in your head. Picture them top to bottom. And now open your eyes. How many of you thought of a 36-year-old woman with 2 kids? How many of you thought of a construction worker? How about a service member? What did you think of? What popped into your mind immediately when I said that word? What did you think of? 18 to 22-year-old with a backpack on the quad, right? Did you know that in the world of higher education, close to 20 million people in credit-bearing higher education in this country, living on campus, going full-time, not working, with that backpack on the quad is less than 19% of higher education? But all we think about when you say college student is that. And in fact, our policies are designed for that. Our practices are designed for that. Our partnerships are designed for that. Anybody else see that as a problem? So one of the things we're doing is talking about this idea of Anders. See, that 18 to 20-year-old, by the way, I'm raising a few of these folks. I love them to death. I want the things to be designed for them, but they're not the only ones. But those students their primary identity is as a student. Right? That is who they are. Our students that we're serving, there's no way their primary identity is a student. They are a student and a parent. They are a student and employed. They are a student and deployed. They have ands in their lives. Does that make sense? That Ander is the design challenge for us, is how do we design for Anders with various ages and backgrounds and circumstances as they balance education? And our job is not just to make it fit, is to help them thrive. Sound familiar? And the idea is for them to lean in, and for us to have that design challenge, we have to see them. And we always say this all the time. To serve these students, you have to see these students. And when you see them, what you realize is, in general, in American higher education, they have limited access. They have lots of competing priorities. Most universities and colleges are not designed for them. And the policies and practices actually run into barriers for them in all kinds of big ways. But the bigger problem is just our popular press and our conception of them are totally focused on this student population. And in fact, whenever you're talking about higher ed policy, that's all anybody wants to talk about is the right from high school student. In fact, you've probably heard ad nauseum for the last 10 years, the demographic cliff, the demographic cliff, the demographic cliff, right? The demographic cliff is, oh, higher education's facing a demographic cliff. Yes, if you're only focused on right from high school students. If you're talking about returning students and people coming at different ages and stages, there's no demographic cliff whatsoever. In fact, our population is actually thriving in some pretty big ways. So part of the conversation is seeing these folks and kind of understanding who they are. So what's great about this is when you start unpacking it and you realize across the world of higher education, almost 75% of all students identify themselves with one characteristic of being non-traditional. And that non-traditional student, and in fact, think about the number of students who are working while they go to school, who are raising kids while they go to school. The challenge is often they're not succeeding in higher education, not because they're not successful, but because it wasn't designed for them. A study just came out from the Trellis Foundation Strategies Group. They studied the 43 million, yes, 43 million people in this country who have some college and no credential, meaning they tried, they went, and they did not succeed. What you might not know is a lot of people think, oh, they couldn't cut it. But when you actually analyze that student population, what you find out is the vast majority of them left not because they had some academic problem. In fact, almost 85% plus left in great academic standing. They left because life happened, right? Something happened within their life that made them, and that did not fit with the traditional model of education. And so for them, trying to find a model of education that can work for them is just really different. You have to begin to think differently about who these students really are. And when you start actually unpacking the data around this, one of the things you really find out is that there are all kinds of structural things we can do to help these students be more successful if you're going to drive across. And by the way, one of the most characteristic things of these students is they often are not from second, third, fourth generation higher education families. They are first in their families to go on a higher ed journey. How many of you are first generation college students? You went on this journey yourselves? I too was one of those first generation college students. And what's challenging about this is being that kind of a trailblazer, you don't have any scaffolds there to help you, to kind of tell you this is normal and help you get along. Are you with me on this? It's a big deal. From my big, large, diverse family, I literally had, my mom and dad did not think they could pay for college. They didn't understand the pathway that it would take to go through college. So it was either, they basically told me I couldn't take college prep courses while I was in school. So I literally had to forge my counseling cards to be able to take my college prep courses. Luckily, a big family, they didn't notice. My classes are a little bigger, but I did. I had to forge my counseling cards so I could take those kind of courses. And then when I graduated high school at 17, and I was considered an emancipated minor in the state of Arizona. I figured that all out, and so I moved out of the house, moved in with a friend of mine's family, and started working busing tables and waiting tables. And I decided I was going to go to college. And luckily for me, Mesa Community College in Arizona was nearby and absolutely opened up my pathway to possibility. But I got into a war with my family about the fact that I was going into college, and it was fascinating. And it wasn't because they didn't love me. It was because they didn't think that that was a pathway that our family could actually pursue and be successful with it. Fast forward, I went through that community college, worked my way all the way through, transferred to Arizona State, got my undergraduate degree. When I graduated with my bachelor's degree, I'm not kidding, something snapped in my mom, where my mom went, well, if Mark can do it, anybody can do it. And from that point forward, every one of our family, every one of my brothers and sisters has since gone on to higher education. Because again, it's just that idea. Nothing to do with it. It had to do with the fact they saw it as possible, right? They saw it as possible. It was something you can think about. And one of the things we talk to our graduates about all the time is this idea of each one, reach one. And the idea of each one, reach one is that as we just had our commencement 2 weeks ago, and we give this charge to every one of our graduates, as you're walking across the stage, you are a symbol of success for a striving student from an Ander background. You have an obligation to catalyze somebody else's pathway into education. We don't care if it's national, it can be anywhere, but get somebody else on that pathway because you can help scaffold them as they're going through and help with that design challenge. So let's just take a second. I want you to get to know a little bit about our Anders. We've actually been doing some major work nationally, trying to help people understand the Ander population. Let's go ahead and play the video.
Last year, we launched our new Anders campaign, and it has truly resonated with so many people.
We see students as whole humans. In fact, we call them Anders. We call them Anders because they are parents and students. They are deployed and students. They are employed and students. And because of that, we have to balance those ands with those folks and provide the right support at the right time for the right students.
Do you know what an Ander is? When I was getting my master's degree with National University, I was not just a student. I was a student and a mom. I was a student and a wife. I was a student and a substitute teacher.
Our non-traditional working adult learners are inspired, hardworking individuals. They are change makers in pursuit of higher education.
I am proud of the fact that I was able to work full-time and get my master's degree. It was affordable. I really enjoyed the fact that it was military friendly.
A lot of times we question ourselves and we question our abilities, but in reality, we are capable of doing anything we put our mind to.
A day like today teaches my children that education is the key to success.
Our Anders campaign continues to resonate with our internal staff at National University. So many of us have rallied together to spread the message.
As a single mom and a U.S. Navy veteran, I am the first in my family to not only complete my master's degree, but to also be enrolled in a doctoral program. I'm an advocate, a liaison. I am first generation, everything.
That Ander population is such a part of National University. We just embraced that so much in this last year, which is powerful. And we're committed to making sure those Anders and all of our students have a pathway to possibility.
I am a mother, I'm a counselor, I'm an inspiration.
It's important to show the people around us that persistence pays off. And if you have a plan, a dream, and action, anything is possible.
Let's give those Anders a round of applause. So one of the things we've been doing with National Universities, we've been hosting these Anders summits around the country. We did one in San Diego, one in Los Angeles, as Kevin was talking about. We have one coming up in D.C. in about 2 weeks. We just did one a couple weeks ago in Austin, Texas. What we're doing is pulling together military leaders, education leaders, business leaders, and folks in the kind of larger policy world to ask these questions around what can we do in the world of policy, in the world of educational practice, in the world of our partnerships to better design higher education for the Anders student population. And what's been fascinating also is the more we talk about Anders, the more people want to come up and tell us their Anders story. It's really interesting because nobody wants to be called a non-traditional student. That feels weird to them. But if you talk about the Ander journeys, people get kind of proud of it, and they want to come up and talk about their Ander journey. How many of you were an Ander at one point during higher education, right? And the Anders, I think for us, it's being willing to kind of talk about that, celebrate that, and share that larger story. So on the policy side, we've been working really hard in particular on, one, let's count the Anders, let's actually talk about them. And just really quickly on the policy side, National Center for Education Statistics and also the outcome measures in the Department of Ed, they focus on IPEDS. IPEDS is their kind of way they measure student populations. They look at first-time, full-time, fall freshmen. Unfortunately, our students don't come that way as first-time, full-time, fall freshmen. If you look at our 50,000 students that we serve every year, you know how many first-time, full-time, fall freshmen we actually serve? Of 50,000? 36. I'm not talking about 36%, 36. So if I wanted a 100% graduation rate, I would just wrap all those students in bubble wrap and have them get across the finish line. But that's federal policy. It is only seeing that first-time, full-time, fall freshman population. And then things like military tuition assistance, which, by the way, we haven't raised since 2002. It has not kept up with the ability for these folks to be able to take advantage of voluntary education. So we've been leading the charge on trying to increase that. Last year, we got about $100 million added to the NDAA. We're very focused on getting that per semester hour number up and also that annual cap up, so that, because what we know is every dollar spent on military TA actually saves the armed services almost $10 on VA. because when they come out, they're more likely to re-enter successfully when they come out of that side. And then we're looking at employer tuition assistance. 5250, for those of you who are in the workforce world, the word 5250 means something. 5250 is the code word for employer tuition assistance. That's because we give employers tax breaks up to $5,250 for providing tuition assistance for their employees. They don't pay taxes on it as a salary expense. The employee doesn't pay taxes on it as a fringe benefit. So 5250 has been around since 1984. It has not been raised since 1984. So in today's dollars, that would be about $15,000. So we're trying to get that pushed up to that $15,000 mark because employer tuition assistance is to working students what Pell Grants are to right from high school students. Does that make sense? So if we can get the financial aid together, we can drive it. So these are the kind of conversations on the policy side. And then on the practice side, it's the realization that asking somebody to go full-time when they're raising kids and working full-time for a traditional institution is taking 5 classes over 16 weeks. Taking 5 different classes over 16 weeks while you're working full-time and taking care of kids is almost insane. Life will happen during that time frame. And the problem is when you have to drop because life happened, you don't just drop one course, you have to drop all 5, and it takes you forever to get back on track. One of our key innovations at Nationals, we started, one of our key innovations was 4-week courses. We did one course at a time model. Our students loved it because they could focus on one course at a time and do it at a really high level. And then we do one-to-one graduate models, like kind of an Oxford model for a graduate model. Again, they love that kind of focus, and it helps that student to be able to be flexible as they're driving through. This is the equivalent of, designing for this student population, not just saying, a lot of institutions will say, well, we care about adult students. We offer things at night. That's not the same. Like, you've got to think about how you would design, or we offer it online. No, you've got to design for this student population and make sure you're connecting in. So we have been really catalyzing this conversation about how do you design for, especially and provide the right kind of services. We call it whole human education. Think about that whole human. And by the way, whole human education is diverse because some students are rock stars. The number one thing you have to do is get out of their way, right? You just need to make sure you design something that allows them to go fast. Other students need all kinds of scaffolding. It might be financial scaffolding, social scaffolding, psychosocial support, whatever it might be, career support. So it's the right support at the right time in the right way for the right student. So we really try to focus on that. And then finally, it's how do you build partnerships? And this is where we can start working together. For example, transfer articulation. Still in this country, people coming from community colleges going into universities lose about 1/3 of their credits when they transfer. So how can you develop transfer agreements so they can actually get that transfer agreement moving through in a clear way? How do you build partnerships? For example, National University is one of the best universities in the country at mapping MOSs. So they get credit for what they learned while they were in the military. So a corpsman, when they're coming into our nursing program, does not have to retake courses they should be teaching, right? And the idea is, like, take the training they've already been doing and get them accelerated on that kind of pathway. We do the same thing with police departments, for example. Most, if you look at the post academies, the training they do for police as they're coming in, and you map them into the criminal justice programs of most colleges and universities, they're almost identical for the first 5 courses. So you can actually map those courses directly into a criminal justice pathway if they've come through the police academy already. Those are the kind of credit for prior learning and partnerships you're doing so people can get credit for what they're doing. That's a working student kind of partnership. Where it goes wrong is when people think, no, they got to do it our way if they're going to be successful on the other side. So we have been completely focused on this journey to make sure that we're having this conversation. And when Kevin and I were talking about this is exactly the same thing as military friendly versus military thriving, right? It's the idea is like, yes, we care about the military, which is great. Being military friendly is super important, but thriving is designing for that population. So we have been designed from jump for the military student population coming in. And that means thinking about our policies, our practices, and our partnerships to help them be more successful as they're coming in. And it means we have to think differently, we have to design differently. By the way, it means we have to train our people differently. There are not faculty and staff at National University deeply care about the students that we serve. We don't have to convince them they're important. Our faculty get this student. We literally train every faculty member and every staff member. We have Anders training. so they understand this population. They also do psych armor training, which trains them in military culture because it's such a big part of our program. And the idea is if they're going to interact with our faculty and staff, we should have that cultural competence. Does that make sense? It means we're thinking differently about this student population. And if you do this, it's amazing how the design principle leads to positive outcomes, and you can get to something where somebody actually sits in the car and says, wow, this was made for me. Get the difference? So here is a problem that we had. My wife, 5'9", college volleyball player, we had kids. So we have 4 kids, which my mom calls a starter family. But here was our problem. We had a new problem when it came to vehicles. It's not just me getting in the car. It's now having to do with my boys. So the picture on the left is me with my son, Max. Max is 17 years old, 6'6", 300 pounds, monster kid. And he's in the picture next to him. If you notice, that's my son, Richard, who is 6'8", next to Max. Long and lean, both of them big. So we had a problem growing up with them in that we had to think not just about the front seats, we had to think about the second seats because they couldn't fit in car. My wife could not have cars that didn't have a big enough second seat for the boys, especially because we did a lot of AAU, so we had basketball kids in our cars all the time. We always had to have Suburbans. We always had to have bigger cars because of that second row kind of population. So when Max began thinking about his first car, it was funny, like just trying to help him he talked about sports cars in a bit, but we started helping him understand there are things that are better built for you. So Max he just got his first car about 8 months ago, and this was it. But the idea, if you get something that's built for them, some really positive things can happen. And our goal is to help universities and colleges do a better job of designing for Anders. We want to start a movement where more and more of our college partners, and by the way, community colleges have been doing this for a long time. We have a lot of partner institutions out there that are driving this. We're not the only one in this ecosystem. But what our goal, like brightest light would be, is when 5 or 10 years, if I say picture a college student, people don't just think of the same thing. They actually think about the broad kind of array of students that are actually in this population. I have one final thing I want to close with, but Kevin, you okay taking some questions? Or from the audience side? You can't do it? So like a 15-minute Q&A, you're good with that? I'm just kidding. He's giving me no questions on this. So however you want to follow up, I'm on LinkedIn. We'd love to connect in. You're going to get a version of the PowerPoint on PDF. It has all links out to all the different things you can layer out with this. Final thing I'll leave you with is we actually worked with a group of musicians in Los Angeles who are all Anders, who all got excited about this. And actually one of them was an American Idol competitor who actually came in second place. And they decided they were going to compose a song for us on the Anders population. So I'll leave you with the what's called the Anders Anthem.
You're a dreamer and a lover and a fighter.
You're a leader and the future shining brighter.
There's so much more to you than what meets the eye. We see the whole you, the blueprint design. Got that dream you're going after, and that's what makes you an Ender. You're so much more. We'll be there for all your hands and then some more. We'll be there for all your wins and when you soar so far, they'll meet you where you are. They'll meet you where you are. here for.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thanks, everybody. I'll turn it back over to Kevin. Thank you, sir.
Okay. For everyone worried about not taking a break, we actually worked in some slack time right before lunch. So we're going to continue on with the schedule the way it is so everyone gets the amount of time that they wanted. This is like, ZeroMils is notorious for this part. So if you need to take a break, bathroom break for a call, don't worry, just come out through the back, try to not to disrupt anything. I want to thank Mark for that incredible presentation. You can see why we asked him to come. This idea of design, I think systems, structures, environments is really important to consider. And in my mind, in every region that we went to, there was a higher ed partner. And it was like an epiphany to me that at the core of the work that we do, in leading to workforce outcomes and leading to community outcomes, it's really important to have university systems at the local level. And you'll see that more and more at the regional change forums that we do. ZeroMils has made a long-term commitment to military thriving higher ed designs. And I think over the next few months, you're going to hear more and more about that. It's a sustained focus for us because a lot of veterans who transition aren't making wise decisions about how they use their GI Bill. And I think we need to start thinking about those things. And we need to help them find the right fit in the discovery phase. And if they don't, we actually made a really great connection with a national university and NAC-VSO last week in Reno because those service officers are pushing them towards these types of education opportunities so that they do find the right pathway forward in your states. It's an important thing to consider. We're also announcing today that we're making a commitment in the form of a military thriving higher ed founding coalition, which National University will be a part of. And there'll be other universities across the country. Dr. Tim Johnson from Dillard University and HBCU down in New Orleans is here with his team. And Dr. Johnson has made a commitment too, because they want to increase the number of students on campus there. And then there'll be other universities that are sharing best practices as part of that coalition as well. We have incredible partners that we work with across the country. These campuses are designing something meaningful and helping students, empowering them to thrive on campus. That's the difference. You'll see graduation rates improve, but you'll also see veterans thrive, military spouses and military kids thrive as leaders on campus too, because they're gonna focus on those 4 things that the students need to thrive outside of just getting their degrees. It's very simple. The same thing that we're telling companies, we're telling universities. So I'm gonna call the next panel to the stage. One includes my wife, Laura, and Berenice Castillo, please join us, and Mary Byer. So I'm not gonna talk from my remarks. I'll just say this. All decisions that we make in transition, come on up. You're not mic'd up? No. Okay, do you guys have mics? We got handhelds right here. Sorry, panic moment. All decisions that we make in transition, whatever phase that is made by a family. And I think we fall woefully short in this regard. So we're bringing Military Spouse Advocacy Network and the Military Child Education Coalition because we want to give them voice and a seat at the table because we think they're doing the best work. And I've known Berenice for a long time, 3 years since Laura introduced me, and I've never met a more incredible leader in our space. And I met Mary a couple months ago, and we didn't know each other, but we do now. And you're going to see Military Child Education Coalition at all our events too, because we need to stop paying lip service to families. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to Laura, and she can take it from here.
All right, thank you. Okay, welcome, welcome. I think just to shift the scene a little bit, let's just sort of set the table and talk about what has changed in the world of military families and advocacy for families in the last few years. Because back in 2009, 2010, when Military Family Lifestyle Survey, we were at war, and the top, largely the top 5 concerns of military families all were about op-tempo, mental health, the deployments and the separations. By I think 2014 or 15, they had actually moved out of the top 5 largely. And question within a year of those to replace it with a larger, broader quality of life issues and topics. And so quality of big term. And so I want to hear from both of you what issues have either emerged or reemerged or changed as we've wars and military families' concerns may have shifted to quality of life. What does that mean? And let's start with you, Mary. What have you seen? What are your
Yeah, I think one of the first things that comes to mind, Laura, when you ask that question is around retention for our service members, and then family readiness. So those are the two that about as we're talking with military families. And I think that the child's school experience shapes readiness in ways that we oftentimes miss, to be honest. So I come to this space in 2 different ways, right? I lead the Military Child Education Coalition, or MSEC, as we call it. I'm also a military spouse, and I'm a parent of school-aged kiddos. So I have watched my kids walk into classrooms over and over again, and I see them carry and the quiet resilience of starting over again and again and again. And this is not new. This is not something unique to my children. It's something that every military child faces. So when a child moves, I think it's really easy for us to focus on the visible things, right? The things that we can see, the transcripts, the records, the class placement. But I oftentimes think that we miss the things like the human side of transition. Do I have a friend? Do I feel seen? Does the school understand what the student is carrying on their shoulders when they walk through the doors on that first day? And I think of this as the hidden cost, honestly, as we think about family readiness. This is something that oftentimes goes. We have new schools, new routines, new communities, and that's not unique to just kiddos, right? Military spouses make new communities every time we move. As see those supports missing within communities, it's oftentimes the parents that carry that burden. They become the bridge between the schools and the installations, and that stress absolutely follows them home. And so when students feel connected, those families are able to settle faster, right? And when families settle faster, the service member can stay more focused on the mission. Finding that car that fits, like Mark talked about, that sense of belonging is so incredibly important, and it can't be left to chance.
I love that analogy. And Berenice, so for spouses, parenting is obviously a part of quality of life, but so is just their connection to the military community, which has changed as we've drawn down from war, and the work environment has changed. So what are you seeing with military spouses?
Something that we're seeing again is now the way that I see them is symptoms of what we were going through. Now we're seeing what are the needs. At the moment of war, you're focused on the mission, you're focused on deployments, you're focused on making sure everybody's taken care of. Now that there's some more time to now look around and be like, oh, what is out there? We're looking for opportunities. And those are the symptoms that we're seeing now. Do we have the opportunities to succeed, to thrive? Now we have the time and the focus to probably go back to school, to find a job, to be able to do many different things. I want to be a community leader. I want to be able to do more. And that is something that we have to focus when it comes to local communities. And that's why I love this, because we're focusing where the real impact can happen. And that is with local communities. That's the only way that we can actually move the needle to continue to go all the way up. If we go up all the way high, we're going to stay up here, and it's not going to go all the way down. So I feel that spouses are not looking for that. Where is my community? And every single time that we move, like you were saying, Mary, we have to call it what it is. We transition every single time we move, from the time that we become a military spouse, every time we PCS, to the end. We are transitioning. It's not until the end. So we have to make sure the military spouses are aware that a transition is going to come from the beginning, not until the end. And that every transition means that you leave everything behind and then you have to start all over again. But we got to change that. And that's one of the symptoms that we became familiar with the lifestyle that you leave everything behind and you have to start all over again. But we don't really have to. If we start working in communities and we start building that support that you can take with them. I am a military spouse. And I lead an effort where we are providing military spouses a local community through peer support. We have other military spouses who are mentors to other military spouses. And guess what? You can take it with you because we don't want you to leave everything behind. I remember doing that every single time. And when I became a military spouse, the first thing I wanted to do was leave everything behind and go back home. Because this was so difficult. I'm an immigrant from Mexico, and that was my first time I left everything behind when I was 16 years old. And then becoming a military spouse, to do it all over again every single time we moved, it was very difficult. There was a break of not having to think about me because we were at war, and I had to worry about my husband and the mission and our squadrons and everybody else, that I was not focusing on me. Now that there is time to be like, oh, I want to be a leader, now I want to make changes, now I want to do things. This is what we're hearing from military spouses that are looking for opportunities to be able to do something. And I think leadership is one of the best things that is out there. And we have to teach them what is a leader. A leader is not just someone that carries a title and that has a great position at a company. No, it is that community leader that is supporting their neighbors, that is supporting themselves as leaders, and the impact that we can create. So yeah, like I said, those side effects of the after war is what we get to see. We got to prepare.
Sounds like spouses are designing their own cars.
Yes.
I think that's absolutely true. And what both of you are saying is the issues that we're now focused on aren't so like short-term crisis related. They're much more structural, long-term, if we want to have a healthy, thriving military that we need to work on. And so I want to talk about the environment that creates that support now and how that has changed. Since the wars have wound down, the public's attention has perhaps strayed from military families where there was a lot of sympathy and attention before. Have tapered off a little bit, probably rightly so if we're not at war. But what that also affects is resources and funding. So we're seeing a shift away from funding toward military causes, partly with a shift away from DEI generally, but also I think in response to that lack of military because of the lack of an active war going on right now, or a large one. And so how do nonprofits adapt to that attention? How do you shift your strategy or your messaging or your programming to make it compelling for funders and the public perhaps? And what are the innovate? With every change comes opportunity, right? And especially for smaller nonprofits or nonprofits that are kind of reimagining what they do, what are the opportunities to be nimble? And I'm going to start with Berenice for this one.
You know, this is a perfect opportunity and time for us to show that the 1% within this nation, that we are serving a mission. We are also thriving because we are professionals, because we want to change the world, because we want to support everyone else. And now nonprofits are looking into, well, now probably the funding is going away because we're not at war, or probably because the need is not there. The need is there. What we need to do is we need to educate what the perception or the assumption that the rest of the community or the rest of the country has about the military. It's not just about when you are at war. It's a lifestyle. It's always in a mission. We're always supporting something. We're always supporting someone. And they have to know that our job as military spouses is not just to be at home and raising our kids or supporting our spouse probably the way that it was in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. I think now we are professionals. Now we want to do something. Now we want to support others. Now we want to change the world. And the more that companies and corporations and the community understand who we are and what we are capable of doing, that's when they come and be like, I want to be part of that. I want to be doing what you're doing. One of the things that we do is through our Leadership Institute for Military Spouses. And we are bringing meaningful leadership training to military spouses from MPLI at Harvard University and the University of Notre Dame. And military spouses are learning to be leaders. How you are a leader as an individual, the impact that you have in your community, and how we can actually change the tone and the perception that people have about us. So we need to continue to spread the word that our community is not just about a military installation inside or outside. It goes beyond that. So we have to change that perception of who we are, military spouses, and we got to be able to do it with the picture, kind of like the model, the car that we were seeing earlier. When we come in and we tell you, I'm a military spouse, what do you think of me? You're going to think, oh, poor you, your spouse is deployed. Oh, poor you, you move every 2-3 years. They don't think about this resilient, strong, and probably knowledgeable professional spouse that is doing wonderful things in the community or beyond that.
We're the original Anders.
There you go. We are the Andrews. Yeah.
Mary, how about you? With what are the opportunities for MSEC? What do you see out there?
Yeah, I think that one of the greatest opportunities is to remember it doesn't always mean starting from zero. You can take something that's been working well and adapt it to meet the needs of today, make it more accessible, make it more consistent so that families can experience it in the same or similar way. So MSEC has been laser focused on one thing, and that is serving the military child. We are the voice of the military child, and we've spent nearly 30 years creating programs to serve those military connected students. We know several things work really well. Peer connection, you talked about that, Berenice, about that works. Feeling connected to a community matters. We know that students benefit when schools understand the military lifestyle. And Mark talked about psych armors, military cultural competency training. We love that and agree that that's such a key component of making students and families feel welcomed when they come to a new school campus. One example that we have of the peer support program, the goal of this program is where students welcome new students and help them feel connected. And I know that sounds really simple, but for a student who has started over and over again can be a lifeline. It is incredibly important. We're also looking at how we can reach students sooner, thinking about elementary-aged kiddos and middle school-aged kiddos. We are so incredible for significant support that we've received through the Lilly Endowment. This investment is allowing us to think more about how can we scale the programs that we know are working, how can we our data better, and how can we reach more military-connected kiddos in a consistent way so that every campus that they go to, they have a similar experience. So I think the opportunity here isn't necessarily to create more programs, but it's how to build systems that follow the child. I think that that's, if we know that something is working really well for a student to help them feel connected to a community and to help improve that family readiness, the question should be reach them earlier and more often.
You're reminding me of a story when we first moved to Arlington and my son was in with his school and told them that his dad was going to deploy to Afghanistan in a month. The school counselor said, "Oh, are you guys going too?" So that understanding is super important. You would think in a military town there'd be a little more, but I think the themes you guys are pulling out is so perfect for because what I'm hearing is the sense of belonging, the sense of continuity, the sense of tribe and community, which is one of the pillars, right? As well, self-improvement. Like how do we empower kids and spouses to improve themselves in their kit bags, right? So I want to talk a little bit about particular and kind of bring it around to like why you should be here at this conference, because you still hear a lot in the fundraising community that pity, right? Like it's an effective fundraising tool. You pull people's heartstrings, you make people feel sorry, and they want to give money, but to that too, right? We don't want the perception of military families to just be people who need something, who are dependent on gifts or funding, and so about how you position your populations as thriving. Like, how do you be successful without devolving into those narratives of, pity and with you?
Yeah, I think that the message should be very clear, and that is that military families should not be receiving charity because of pity, but we should them because of their strength. I genuinely believe that. Military families are strong, they are adaptable, they are connected and committed. I can't tell you how many military connected parents I see coaching teams for sports, for their kids' sports, or who volunteer at the school in the classroom or on the PTA. a model that they are showing their children of what it means to serve, right? You can serve in so many different ways besides military service. And I think that that's really important. Are developing empathy, they're learning leadership, and they also learn the ability to connect with people in a lot of different ways that others simply don't have the opportunity to develop. So at the same time, having said all that, I don't think we need to sidestep the issues because they are there. Frequent deployments, there are frequent moves. These are things that we know, but I don't think that they're the main storyline. They're not the entire narrative. And so we shouldn't fall back on those as the whole narrative. At MSEC, we focus on, military children thrive. When a student is welcomed by a peer, or when the teacher understands their experience, and when the school is a family, when they move to that school. These are all ways that children and families can help thrive within a community. So military families to be solved, they are an investment that we should look more into, honestly.
I love that. Berenice, bring us home.
Yeah, I think to change the narrative. And within nonprofits or non-nonprofits, if it's your neighbor or if it's even telling our own story, we are. And that is something that I always do. It's not about the things that we went through and how hard it was. It was about the wonderful things. And now you look back and you're like, man, I remember this. Man, how great we are doing now. And something that we do, many of us as parents, or even if you have a mentor, what do they tell you? You got this. You can do it. You're going to do great. You're going to do wonderful. Get out there and chase your dreams. Then we leave our military installation and what people are going to look at us like, aw. So it's like that is such a conflicted thing because at home, you're being told that you can do it. But then the outside community, they're wondering, can you really do it? Not because they don't know us. They don't really know our community. It's because it's what they hear. And all they hear is the lack of, or this is what we need, or what are the challenges. So it's always not the most positive tone. But like you said earlier, if we start showing the picture of that vehicle, and we tell everybody that that's who we are, and we are strong, and we can do things. Now, are some things sometimes more challenging? Yes, they are. Are they impossible? No, they're not. Should we stop our dreams? No. Why? Who told us to do that? That is just part of the culture of the assumption. So the more that we show the picture of who we are, the strengths, where we are going, what we want to do, people need to know that we are ready to serve everywhere we go. And it's not a military spouse is not the title. I am and a military spouse. I am not just a military spouse that is going to be serving a mission. I've served the mission, I serve my family, I've served my community, and I serve anybody that needs help. So I think that it takes all of us individuals that when we talk about, I'm a veteran, I'm active duty, I'm a military spouse, we need to talk beyond about what it is to be that, but what is it that we're doing and how we're impacting. That's the only way to change the tone, to move the needle, and to change the perception of who we are.
Amen. Well, I can't think of a better way to end. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Everyone got a mic? Admiral Fogo said I couldn't talk that much because I don't want to take up too much time. So I am going to turn it over to Admiral Fogo, one of the most extraordinary leaders. We have a common background at NATO, but the big takeaway from this is we have industries across this country that are vital to our national security, opportunity for veterans to serve again, and we're missing the mark. We're completely missing the mark. So really happy that you're here today, and thank you for joining us, Greg and BK. We look forward to hearing from you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, today with the two distinguished gentlemen on stage, and thanks to Kevin Smeagol and Laura as well, who I've known for a very for the invitation to come here with ZeroMils today and talk about solutions for veterans. This is a really neat confidential one 3 years ago. I wasn't here last year. But Kevin brought up a number of great points today in his opener, and that was we're looking for private sector solutions to care and feeding of our veterans as they come out of active duty. And I laud him for the white paper that he led a couple of years ago. I also, it brought back real memories for me when I saw the picture of General Peter Pace on the PowerPoint slide, and really cares about people. I was in the Pentagon working in the Joint Staff when he was chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and one of our affiliates between Beak and myself was then Colonel Dave Perkins, now General Dave Perkins, retired from Army TRADOC, 4-star, who's on the board at was General Pace's EA. And one of my friends who I work with in NATO, Kevin talked about NATO, was Colonel Larry, retired as Lieutenant General Larry Nicholson, United States Marine Corps. He went to Fallujah with General Mattis. General Mattis was so impressed with him, he made him a brigade commander from OPSO. And on Larry's first day in command, somebody fired a rocket-propelled grenade into his tactical operations center, killed his EA, and severely wounded him. My wife worked at Walter Reed. She told me Larry's coming back on a medevac, and I went down to all the colonels that I knew. All of my friends on the Joint Staff stopped by each office to get them to sign a get well card. We had, a little bulldog that we picked up from the store down in the Point. And I walk in to see Dave Perkins. I go, Dave, will you sign the card? He goes, sure. Get General Pace to sign it too. I go, no, General Pace, Chairman of Joint Chiefs, no, he'll do it. Dave pushes open the chairman's door and shoves me in the office. Now, I've been with the chairman a couple times to brief. He looked up. Yeah, there's thousands of people on the Joint Staff. And he goes, hello, Jamie, what can I do for you? I was like, the guy remembers my name. So I said, I don't know if you heard, but there was an attack on the TOC in Fallujah yesterday. He goes, oh, yeah, the colonel, yeah. What are you doing? I go, well, he's coming into Walter Reed. I have a get well card. General Pace said, you mean you would do me the honor of? And I was really taken aback. So he said, I'll do you one better. I'll sign your card, and I'll write in my own card on my own little stationery. So he said, what should I say? And I said, well, sir, he's a gung-ho Marine. I don't know. He goes, I don't know him personally. I said, great guy, gung-ho Marine. He goes, well, how, Colonel Nicholson, get your ass out of the rack and get back to Iraq. And I said, I think he'd love that, sir. So he goes, I'll give him one of my coins, one of the chairman's coins. He had a very unique coin and such a unique history. Platoon leader Vietnam. His platoon leader's was framed and on the bulkhead. And he says, how are you going to get into Walter Reed to the Wounded Warrior Clinic? I go, I got a connection. My wife works there. She's department head in pharmacy. He goes, show him this card. And he writes free pass on it and hands it to me. And that's all it took. And I saw Larry, and Larry, and he was pretty badly hurt. And then went back, passed the Marine Corps PRT, went back and took Fallujah back. That's one tough guy, and that's one great Marine in General Pace who cares about people. So really pleased to see that. Today we've got Dace with me, and I'll just introduce him briefly, and then I'm going to give him a little bit of time to tell you about their organizations, and then we're going to go into some Q&A on how they help veterans. Greg Summers, to my immediate talent, he's been CEO since June of 2024, and I've known him ever since, bringing 30 years of experience in talent and acquisition management solutions to the Joint Force. He's operated across several functionals: delivery, operations, solution design, and product development. Prior to Orion Talent, Greg held regional and global executive leadership roles at Cielo and Ronstadt. He was expanding RPO search and total talent service offerings in Latin America and Asia Pacific, so he's been around the block, and he's committed to helping veterans and retain highly sought-after talent, including deeply engaged with the community, not just the veterans, but their families and their spouses. He's a BA in economics, and he lives in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love and home of the Eagles, rival to our commander. That's okay. Yeah, there you go. Tough crowd. General Brian Kelly, Lieutenant General Kelly, is a native of New Jersey. bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of Notre Dame. Beat Irish. Sorry. I went to the U.S. Naval Academy. He one in National Resource Strategy from the National Defense University and another in Military Operational Art and Sciences from Air University at Maxwell. General Kelly, 1989, after Notre Dame's ROTC program. He served for 33 years. His assignments, eye-watering list: Commander and Support Squadron, Fairchild Air Force Base, Washington. Deputy Director, Manpower and Personnel. You're going to see a trend here in manpower and personnel. Multinational Command in Iraq. Director, Manpower, Personnel and Administration, U.S. Southern Command, where he worked for a great friend of mine and my old boss, Admiral Jim. Commander, 31st Mission Support Group, Aviano Air Base in Italy. So we were both over there around the same time. Commander, 501st Support, Alconbury, UK. This is another guy who's been around the world and served in so many different places. Director, Manpower, Personnel and Services, Air Combat Command, Langley in and Director, Military Force Management before he went back to the Pentagon, or actually went to be the Air Force A1 as 3.5 years as the Air Force's Chief of Manpower and Personnel Services in the Pentagon. Before that, he was down doing the same thing in San Antonio. He took over, lucky for MOA, as CEO in January 2023, and he's an Air Force guy, so he's got his backbone. And that organization has just taken off like a shot ever since. He's involved in all sorts of things in veterans programs, and he's going to get a chance to talk. He's also a good friend. I'm also a member of MOA, a lifetime member, and I serve on the board, so it's a delight to have you here today, BK. So before we start, please, great round of applause. Well, Kevin told me we had 40 minutes, so I know. Let me just start with a couple of things here in terms of helping veterans. Greg, I'll give you the mic first. Tell us about what you're doing. Tell us about how you're engaged with veterans and assisting veterans throughout the Joint Force.
Mic on? Yeah, good morning, everyone. So BK put me in the middle, and I have to say I'm a little bit intimidated. Gentlemen who I've gotten to know over the course of the last couple of years and who have served our country. So Admiral Fogo, thank you for the introduction.
A pleasure.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Summers. As Admiral Fogo indicated, I am CEO of Orion. For those of you who might be less familiar with Orion, we were started 35 years ago by 4 veterans who understood that America's greatest workforce was already working on U.S. military installation in the world. And when they chose to exit the military for their time to transition, they believed that they deserved to have opportunities for meaningful corporate America. It was really that simple. And what I've found is organizations who actually understand the skills and the expertise of transition have a competitive advantage over their peers in the marketplace. But the real challenge is the system's broken. It now as it was back then. The reality is corporate organizations using ATS systems, using, in some instances, a little bit here, I think, today, in the wrong way and for the wrong purpose, are designing systems, and we used the word design earlier. Mark, I thought it was really interesting that systems are not designed for transitioning veterans to find meaningful employment. And the statistic will tell you that 1 out of every 3 veterans are by the way, veteran employment's actually, unemployment, I should say, is lower than civilian employment right now. But they're underemployed simply because in most instances, the skills that they have are not matched up well by the way organizations currently find in their hiring cycles. And as Admiral Fogo indicated, I've spent my career, 30 years in talent acquisition across all areas. Over to Orion for 2 specific reasons. One, I had a long, fulfilled career in talent acquisition, but when the opportunity came over to this organization, where I had a chance to work with a team of people, about 40% of our team right now have served and are currently ways, as I indicated, our founders did 35 years ago. It was very meaningful for me personally. Both of my grandfathers served. I have my father who was notoriously tight-lipped, didn't say anything. I didn't find out until he passed that he was a member of the famed Red Ball Express. Wish I had a chance to talk to him a little bit more about that experience, but they were very instrumental in my life growing up, and I thought it was meaningful for me personally to in a mission that Orion is undertaking right now. And the other reason why I joined the organization is because of the problem I just cited a moment ago. The reality is I have a lot of systems and processes to help ensure that we can help not just our organization and the organizations that we serve, but others that are in this space. I mean, we're not the only ones doing what we do. Advocate for organizations designing systems that are better equipped to understand the skills and experience of transitioning service members and veterans in the workforce. Absolutely an opportunity for them, especially with some of the critical infrastructure in advanced manufacturing and the defense industrial base right now. So I'm excited about.
Outstanding. Thank you. BK, over to you.
Thanks, Admiral Fogo. Good morning, everybody. Let me just clear up one thing. We didn't put Greg in the middle to intimidate him. We did, as we all, the tall tap, and the 5'6" guy sits on the end. The second tallest is in the middle, and the tallest guy's on that end, right? That's how we decided to see it.
Hey, good things come in small packs.
Hey, well, good morning, everybody. Let me just tell you a little bit about the organization that I have the honor and privilege to lead. So the Military Officers Association America was founded and up on our 100th year here. We're in year 97 now by a group of Marines. So we've talked about Marines, General Pace and Kevin up on the mic, but a group of Marines who looked out after coming out of World War I and said, we have to make sure our fellow veterans and that we work hard to protect the benefits that they've earned. And so since 1929 going forward, MOA's mission has been pretty consistent. Make sure we preserve and protect the earned benefits that all service, our families earn, those who are serving, our survivors, the entire community, and do it in a way that is for all ranks, all services, and we do that community. One of the things that's unique for MOA, which is really, I think, a benefit for us, is we are both a military service organization and a veteran service organization. So MSOs, military service organizations, tip service and advocacy for that service and those who are currently serving. Veteran service organizations, VSOs, typically have a charter. We have a charter from Congress that allows you to typically focus on those folks after service. MOA has the unique position of being both. And what that helps us do is realize and really work in the space that the entire space ecosystem. What we find out is what happens while you're serving matters in terms of how you're going to get taken care of as a veteran, and how we take care of veterans matters in terms of, right? This entire ecosystem is connected. And so at MOA, we're pretty unique in that we have that ecosystem as our full, board and our full focus. MOA does this. How do we do this? We do this in three ways: advocacy, education, and philanthropy. On the advocacy side, we work this policy piece that was talked about earlier. We have 15 registered lobbyists, so myself included, who are registered, have to file out a report every quarter over to the Congress, who spend a lot of time up on the Hill, the Department of War, a lot of time at the Veterans Administration, making sure that we're working to preserve and protect those earned benefits and working the policy advocacy pieces. We want to educate folks while they're serving and as they're transitioning, this idea of transitioning, making sure they get everything they can to make them successful as they transition benefits and all the opportunities that they have, and we help them in that regard. And then in philanthropically, we have a MOA Charities that has a philanthropy that starts with where Mary was, with children for military families. So MOA's position has been for 76 years that children who are in military time, not to their own doing, and therefore sometimes don't compete as well, not pity-wise, again, not the thriving discussion we had earlier, but those children and being able to afford to go to secondary education. And so MOA has stepped up for 76 years now. And this year, we'll do $23 million in scholarships and interest to children of military families to help them get to that educational proposition. The second part of our charity works on the veteran side. And its idea is, let's make sure we educate them so they do not get into crisis. But we also recognize that sometimes they do get into crisis. And when those things happen, fires, floods, hurricanes, MOA wants to step in and help those folks get back on their feet. And so the MOA charities are there to do those kinds of purposes and make sure that that community can thrive. So lots to contribute in this from a policy perspective, an advocacy perspective, and a charities perspective, and how we can help this community make sure we stay thriving.
BK, thank you very much. Let me come back to Greg for the first question here. And that is, Greg, how does Orion help transitioning service members find jobs the numbers for this month have been up and down and up and down, 188,000 jobs. So there are jobs out there, but you got to put the square peg in the square hole. And sometimes that's tough. You know, I'll be critical of the Joint Force and my own service, the Navy. When you talk about transition assistance programs, particularly for, you know, sailors who have done 20 years or less than 20 years and they're coming out. One of the barriers I think that needs to be broken down in the TAP program is that while a sailor is going through the program, you can't have industry come in and pitch. Hey, we got all these jobs. Are you guys interested? We need welders. Are you guys interested? And there's probably some good reasons for that. There's probably some, you know, legal reasons why that might favor one industry over another. But for goodness sake, if there's jobs and availability out there, I think that we ought to do due diligence and let our veterans know. That's where Orion Talent comes in. Now, you guys have been very successful working with what I'll call, you know, centers of excellence or fleet concentration areas. So out in San Diego, for instance, Orion is welcome to come in. They don't talk to people who are active duty not thinking about getting out of the Navy. They talk to those who have already made the decision and are in transition. I've spoken to Laura about this, Kevin's spouse, on certifications. You know, when kids are going along, who thinks about, yeah, I need to finish my certification as a welder before I get out of the Navy? Some do, some don't. Once you leave, you can't go back and do that over again. And then you're finding yourself having to sign up for a trade school so you can get the certification you could have got while you're in the service. So how do you guys fix all that? How do you engage? How do you help? How do you employ veterans?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think I'd say one of the reasons why we're actively involved with ZeroMils here is because we recognize so Mark came up talking about National University. We've connected with other organizations in the educational space. See Mark back there from Forge now. Rob. Of organizations that are in this space helping veterans. And so in addition to helping them find employment, we try to advocate for the other channels that they also should be finding out about, and education. So I think we do two things primarily to help veterans that are really, really important for them as they're transitioning. The first piece is understand what those opportunities are. So in a world where the hiring processes are now largely automated and largely remote or virtual, get out to the bases, as you indicated. We have unique hiring conferences for people to come that we've had conversations with, have curated conversations with employers, who they're coming to talk to and why they're coming to talk to them. And that's important because that first piece that helps to make the connection to translation is important. For those who are transitioning out of the service, they don't have the same corporate network as other people do. They may not have someone that they can reach out to job. But because we have worked with over 35 years, 10,000 organizations here in the US alone, we've got a rich database of the jobs that people have or what they're looking for. But in conversations we've had with hiring managers to understand specifically what they need. And we can have one-on-one conversations with transitioning veterans, help them understand exactly what's there. So that translation and engagement are really the two we do to help transitioning veterans as they're coming out. And you mentioned the jobs piece earlier. It's interesting because the finding the job, making sure people are right for them is really critical. A couple of stats I usually like to share specifically because a lot of the work we do is in the manufacturing space, and manufacturing, the support in the manufacturing base here in the U.S., specifically in the defense industrial base, is really critical. There are said million jobs that will be open by 2030 in the manufacturing space alone. And right now there are 480,000 open, pretty significant number. The reality is I spend a lot of my time meeting with organizations in that manufacturing space, and a great number of them don't know where they're going to find the talent, but they equally don't have the right types of programs to recognize that the transitioning veteran base and the veteran base in the civilian have the skills they need to meet the job. So we spend a lot of our time on both sides of the equation with employers and with transitioning servicemen. We get upstream because our colleagues, Mary and Vernice mentioned it earlier, getting it upstream specifically for transitioning veterans to help them understand before they get their certificate of release, this is what you need to know. This is what you need to be thinking about. These are the employers that might be the right fit for you. That helps to for them in ways that they might not otherwise be able to get potentially through a TAP class.
Yeah, you hit on a great point there. And, the reason why and transitioning veterans need help, and that is it's friction, tension, and a dichotomy inside the service. Was the chief of Air Force personnel. So what's his job? To recruit young people to go find the nation's wars and then retain. For the most part, we don't spend a lot of time as active duty folks telling the troops, hey, man, you could get a great job when you get out and go. Whether it's, look, you could get a bonus if you're a nuke like me, or you're like enlisted folks that come through the nuclear pipeline. You get a big bonus if you stay for another 5 years, and we'll send you to a shore duty or a duty station of choice. We try to keep them in. When they do make the decision to leave, we're not very good at telling them where you can go and what you can do. And that's why they need the professional help from folks like Orion Talent. So thank you very much.
We're not very good at giving them time when they're getting ready to transition to get those skills or do those things. Everybody wants to keep somebody working right up until the last minute. Every unit requires that person to be on duty until the day they transition out.
Yeah, case in point, I did a podcast last week with a acting secretary of the Navy, USS 4. 3 different theaters, 3 separate campaigns, 330 days at sea, 11 months. The longest deployment since World War II for a U.S. You think kids that are getting ready to transition on that ship, 5,500 sailors, officers, and chiefs. How much time do they spend trying to figure out what they're going to do? Should they be coming up on EAOS and departing the service? Not much. They were busy fighting the war and taking care of their shipmates. So over to BK. So MOA is a great organization. Like I said, Truth in Lending, I am a member and I am on the board. I wouldn't have joined if I didn't think it was one of the most worthwhile veteran services organizations out there. It's also a military service organization, an MSO and a VSO, which gives it added value of all the different VSOs that are out there. And as BK said, they're doing tons of things. We'll talk about that. If you're not a member, I brought a copy of my magazine here today. This is a very professional and well thought through piece. It comes out it's monthly. Let me tell you what's on the front. First of all, I'm a submariner. Just did a story in here about U.S. Navy taking a German submarine alive as a prize in World War II. Some of the stuff on the index that these guys are working on: fight to end veterans' homelessness. MOA gathers on the Hill, advocacy in action. They visited over 300 offices and 50 members, congressmen or senators. Why? Because there's 360,000 of them on the payroll, or not on the payroll, but membered in the organization. Pharmacy access, Gold Star spouses stuff, and then they got this incredible woman named Jen Gooddale, who's government relations, who goes up to the Hill and talks about all the legislation. And if MOA doesn't like it and the veterans don't like it, they listen and they make changes. So BK, what's the advantage of having MOA be both a VSO and an MSO, and how does that work to the advantage of those who are members or the veterans that you're serving?
Yeah, thanks, sir. And in this discussion we're having today, particularly, I'll focus there about how do we help with transition and the industrial base and those places. But 3 things in particular to talk about is being an MSO and VSO gives us the opportunity to be in that transition space, right? We are with the folks and advocating the folks who are currently serving, and then we understand all those folks immediately as they become veterans. And so we have this unique space in there that we see both sides. And one of the things that we do is we do a lot of transition assistance. And so we and train and make sure they understand all the things from resume writing and how do you translate your skills, all the things that Greg was talking about, to try and fill some of those gaps. Work that we see our role is making sure that we connect them with and collaborate with folks who can help them network and can help them with job placement. Folks like Bo Higgins, jacket back there, you want Miss Bo?
Nice jacket.
And Opline, who do great work, hiring our heroes, others who we can partner with and collaborate with to make sure that unique to us as MSO and VSO. The second thing is really advocacy. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples of how this is really important. Kevin showed the stat earlier today unemployment for veterans, and that's really great. And it's been from a lot of folks in this rooms and others' work over time to make that happen. But one of the contributing factors, work opportunity tax credit, the WOTC, and that allows industry, as they hire veterans, to get a tax break. Well, that expires in 2025, and there are some headwinds to putting that back in place. There's those who think that the taxes that are being saved here are bad for the Treasury, and actually the money that's being saved as a result of getting veterans jobs, unemployment, all the other things that happen, the contributions are actually putting money into the Treasury. And the second part is, while the veteran part of that unemployment has been really good, spouse unemployment, military spouse unemployment has not been. It's been stuck there. Lots of work by people in this room and others for many years to do that. And one of the things that we think is going to make a big difference is getting military spouse work opportunity tax credit. So we are up there lobbying and advocating for both reinstating for the veterans. They have to put the veterans back in the WOTC, and making sure that we add that as a way to allow industry to do those kind of things. And along with that, you think about another policy kind of advocacy thing is the Patriot Pipeline. That's been going on right now, I think is going to bring industry and nonprofits and government together to make sure that there are opportunities and spouses be hired into the defense industrial base. And think about the defense industrial base's ability to hire folks in there if there is a work opportunity them to not only benefit from the skills and abilities that the veterans and the spouses will bring, but also make it from a financial benefit perspective as well. And then the last, recognize as MSO and VSO, we recognize this ecosystem, and we did it in a really significant way last year, and we're going to do it again, which is we started this conference Plus, and the idea behind Total Force Plus is how do you look at the full ecosystem of everything it takes to make sure that while they're serving, or maximize capabilities for each individual service member, but how do we make sure the way they get managed, the way they get developed, recruited, and led is maximized? How do we make it good? And then how do we make sure we take care of them as veterans? And so Total Force Plus is a conference totally about people. It is only about how do we provide solutions, challenges that happen in those spaces so that that ecosystem can thrive, so that the person who's serving, their experience while they're serving and as they transition, them to get launched as a great veteran and thrive as a veteran. And how do we make sure those veterans in turn are going to recommend service back to the next person? When somebody says, hey, should I veteran to be able to say, those currently serving members to be able to say, you know, every day wasn't cotton candy and puppy dog tails. There's going to be tough days out there for sure. But on whole, absolutely. Here's why, because this community thrives and this community takes care of each other. And that happens at Total Force Plus. On your table, hopefully you guys see these little cards that are out there. We'll be back together doing Total Force Plus February 1 to 3, 2027, right here in town over at the Gaylord National, over at National Harbor. And that's something that's really because we think that's how we help this community. There'll be opportunities for networking, a networking pavilion. We'll have industry there. We'll have folks there to connect with folks. That's MOA's contribution to make sure we can make sure the industrial base does what it needs to do.
Admiral Foga, if I could just add to that, BK, let me just bring your team's doing that really helps to affect communities. As was mentioned earlier, I am in Philadelphia, and I always tell the story about how the naval, and I think 94 in Philadelphia, and it absolutely decimated the economy and the spirit of the city of Philadelphia for a good period of time. It's now spinning important that all of the work that your team's doing to advocate for WOTC and some of the other opportunities that are out there for transitioning service members and their families is critical, because the jobs are there now back in Philadelphia, back at the Navy Yard, both the commercial work that's taking place there and the subs work that's happening as well too. And the reality is that doesn't happen unless people are actually out there advocating for the fact that there's opportunity, there's a workforce there, and there's jobs there. So those things all have to come together, and that's how it starts to make a community like Philadelphia thrive again.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, you know, I've been to Philly Shipyard once before the purchase by Hanwha Ocean and once afterward. Foreign direct investment in the United States thing, because countries like South Korea want to come and pour money into our economy and our industrial base. They're putting $5 billion, and it's the last battleship was built that won World War II. And it has an incredible industrial space, and there are jobs. And meanwhile, as they've gone through this transition, that's the only yard that's actually produced a vessel on time on vessel for the Merchant Marine. They get 5 of them. I think 2 are out, 3 to go. So very impressive, and jobs available up there. I know you're helping people with that in the industrial maritime. And you don't have to be an Eagles fan to apply for those jobs.
I would say they're doing a lot better than the Philadelphia airport and getting bags on time. So,
hey, Greg, let me come back to you. So I want to talk about artificial intelligence. And, you know, this blows my mind when I look at AI and the making in our lives every day. You've all probably got it on your computers at home or at work. You know, before I even knew of Orion Talent, my son, who's a West to Orion, when he got out of the service, there we go, and Orion helped him find a job. That was 7 years ago. He's still in the same job. He keeps his resume tuned up for horizontal movements within the company. He sent it to me the other day. He goes, "Hey, Dad, would you look at it?" I go, "Hey, man, this is really good. Really good. It's the best one I've ever seen." He goes, "Yeah, I use 5 Plus to do the tweaking." And I go, "Oh, you mean Microsoft Cloud?" He goes, No, Dad. Claude, part of Anthropic." I was like, okay, I don't know anything about AI. Now, when Greg and I were talking before this event, you told me some interesting stats. So nowadays, you know, a lot of the young kids are plugged into this. Some of the older veterans are not, and it's important that they understand artificial intelligence and it reviews applications and how it can impact your ability to be employed. You told me the stats. So resume applications viewed have gone from 8% down to 2% by AI, giving less opportunity to transitioning veterans. Furthermore, you provide a statistic that we're trending towards 90% of employers out there, those 188,000 jobs that was in the jobs report, are using AI to screen the future. So if you don't know how to write your resume or write an application package that is something that AI flag or see as top tier and the person you want to interview, then you're out in the cold. So how do services do any of this? I don't know. It could be part of the TAP class, but you guys do it. And how do you do it? And why is it important?
Yeah. First, listening to a story about your son, one of the great privileges I have in serving as CEO to Orion is inevitably when I travel, I'll bump into. And it's amazing to think about after 35 years, the impact you've had on someone's life, that they'll reach out and say, "Hey, I remember my time first started." Call me to say, "Hey, congratulations. Let me tell you my story." So that's the fun part about the work, and it's the rewarding part about the work. Let me share one other number because I use it in threes. 0.3 seconds. That's how long it takes for AI to resumes coming into a system that are being screened. And right now, we're 83%, trending into 90. But if you go to the numbers in 5 organizations, we're using AI to screen resumes in 2024. 83% of them were using it at the end of last year. We're getting on to 90. It's becoming the new norm. And the reality is, most of what these systems are doing are helping to screen people out, not. So that's the real challenge. And we're at this because we recognize that at our core, what we really focus on is that translation. And that Bo back there, his team with Opline, they're working on that translation as well too. It's important for organizations like ours that have the expertise and the knowledge to trans experiences, all of the work aptitude that comes from working in the service before you transition out, for that to be captured in what with their agents and with their artificial intelligence models. So what we do with our systems actually is leverage Juliet, our agent, to do something very organizations are doing. She sits on the front end and actually does a screen with every single person that registers to our website. And we get over 2,500 people every single month.
Julia is a person or AI?
An AI agent. Yeah, she's an agent. But you wouldn't know. And what's interesting is we were a bit skeptical as to whether or not people would actually move forward with this. Right now, 78% of the people that register to actually opt to do the screen. Most of the conversations are about 8.5 minutes. And it's not meant to be a job fit screen. It's meant to engage. Comes to our website so that we don't lose them, because that engagement's really important. And if it's important for us to be able to make sure we have an That's what we want to do. So we want to understand your background. We want to understand your experience. We want to understand your goals so that we can take that information and get it to one of our human have a more detailed conversation about the jobs that might be a fit for you. So that's how we're trying to leverage AI in ways that are differentiated from what I think a lot of organizations are doing right now. It's incredibly important, especially for veterans, because the truth of the matter is they don't have that history of a resume that lines up in ways that people who alter or change.
So why Juliet and not Fred, the knuckle dragger or the cage fighter? I mean, you must put a little thought into this.
Well, as Laura will tell you, I like to leave a lot of decisions to the team, especially when they're fun decisions like this. And so when you work in an organization where 40% of the people have served, they go right down. Works. Well, Juliet, that's a name. So it's fun.
Okay. Well, it sounds like, 8.5 minutes. That's huge for young folks nowadays.
Yeah.
Recruiting on, they've gone away from brick and mortar, doing it on Facebook and all these other social medias. You only get about 3 seconds of somebody's attention, and they're using AI in different areas of the country and also interests of young people, and we're making goal and beyond. I think all the services are, so they've embraced it. So there are good things there, and there are certainly person-to-person interaction, but I guess I'm a dinosaur. BK, back to you. Just a couple of clarifying points. So it's around 360,000 members. Military Officer Association of America, some people, there's a stigma there. Officers. It serves the officer corps and enlisted personnel and NCOs. And if I'm not mistaken, if you're on active duty and your son or daughter, you can apply whether you're an officer or enlisted. And that scholarship, that philanthropy program is amazing. I'm over at the Navy League. And, there's a guy in my office who came in. He goes, "Oh, my daughter's entering private school. My son's going out to college. The bills are coming in. We'll make it." I said, "Hey, you are a vet. Did you ever join MOA?" He goes, "Nah, I never did." And I said, "Well, look, if you become a lifetime member now, eligible for this program, and they can't give all the money away every year because the corpus is big and you get a lot of interest off of the." And I said, when your son becomes a senior in college, the loan becomes a grant, and generally speaking, it's about $10,000. He's like, "Where do I sign up?" So a good deal, and more people should take advantage of it because it's there, and this offsets the cost or veterans as parents. Well, we really can't go on vacation this summer because Johnny's in his senior year. That tends to help him out. So BZ to you for that. Total Force Plus, this was BK's baby, and he took a lot of risk. October had an amazing turnout. It happened to be during a government shutdown, so you didn't break even. But the interest that's taken for the next one in February, and smart executive decision to make it February and get away from all the summer and the fall events and symposiums so that people are looking for things to do. And like, hey, yeah, we'll go over to National Harbor and we'll do this beautiful place. But really there to help in transition. You had active duty, you had senior civilians serving in the Pentagon, you had retirees, veterans, some amazing programs on suicide prevention. Tell us a little more about how that rolled out and what are your expectations from Total Force Plus? Really, it's all about helping the veterans.
Yeah, thanks. A couple of things. First, if you're president and CEO of a nonprofit and you have a board, this is you want, right? You want a board member who's going to tell your whole story and advertise for you and do all those great things that Admiral Fogo's been doing. So thanks for that, sir, for sure. The idea, again, for Total Force Plus was the ecosystem of how do we help everybody. And so to Admiral Fogo's point, we invited everybody. We invited those who are currently serving, those who had served. We invited veterans. We invited all DOD or civilians. We invited academia. And we invited industry. We had huge sessions on AI and discussions of AI because what we found in the space is that government, as they always do, goes to where the most important part of their mission is. So the Pentagon went to using AI for targeting and for intelligence analysis and all those things. Our space in the human resources space was lagging. So we brought in people like ChatGPT and IBM and Deloitte and Salesforce, those conferences to be able to talk about those things and talk about solutions in the space. And there was a huge component that was related to transitioning and helping members transition. And we'll do networking pavilion where we'll talk about how do we help people with AI, how do we help people with their resumes. Folks like Bo Higgins and others will be there, Ryan Talent, to try and make sure we look at how we best can serve the community to make sure the community is thriving. The best thing about Total Force Plus is if you are currently serving with a veteran, or you work as part of MOA, or if you are currently serving civilian, it's free. You get to come in for free for the couple days, for everything, your parking, your food, everything that goes on. And the idea is to advance solutions in this space. And that's what we found out was, even though we were there, would not recommend launching your first ever inaugural conference during a government shutdown. That's not highly recommended. We certainly didn't plan for that, but we persevered. 700 people in our first year ever. We're going to be even bigger this next time because I think there was a lot of positive momentum come out of that when we get to February of 27. And there's this community because everybody recognizes that it is important that the folks, from the time they raise their hand all the way through the time that they get a VA headstone, have an experience to recommend service to the next person. And that means we make the DOW as effective as they can. We make the VA as effective as they can, and bringing this community of people Total Force Plus is all about. So we're really excited about it. And I would say the last thing, sir, we had a different tall tap. As you said, I took risk in doing that. You guys supported me. 6' when we started Total Force Plus, and now I'm 5'6". But it's a really important effort, not just for MOA. It's an important effort for the community because lots of folks out there who rightly so work on the industrial base. What we're talking about today, very important. Training, very important. But none of that happens without the people who make strong national defense possible. And Total Force Plus is designed to make sure we take care of those folks.
Hey, thanks, BK. So before we go to audience questions and opportunities out there for you to go to Q&A, I'll tell you a story, and I'll give both of you a challenge. A couple nights ago, I was at the Industrial Base Institute of Northeastern University. They have an outlet in Arlington, and they brought in the submarine force, asked me to attend. Admiral Ed Jimbastian and 3 active duty submariners, Rick Seif, who's currently ComSublant, Rob Goucher, who was now the direct report portfolio manager for the submarine force, and then Kavanaugh, who came from PAC Fleet all the way from Hawaii. We're building submarines now, up the ante and up the rate. A Columbia-class submarine, the ballistic missile sub, weighs 20,000 tons. The Virginia weighs 8,000 tons. Columbia, 2 Virginias a year. We're nowhere near it. We're producing 1 Virginia a year. So there's a need in the industrial base. A couple years ago, when I first 1,000 workers, vocational workers, welders, machiners, non-destructive testers, that's gone up to over 250,000 in the conference the other day. And trying to get employment for those folks or get them into the primes or the contractors supporting the primes is tough because the government is very hard to work with. And nowadays, we have a problem with intellectual property, people trying to steal it. Countries that live out near Taiwan, PRC. And so there's programs to prevent that from happening. But to get into those programs costs the vendor money. One job said, cost me $400,000 to get into the CMMC program. And you just sent me 2 60-page journals on how to log on. You finally got in business. But that's tough. And so my challenge to both of you is put that on your agenda and try to make that easier because we want those submarines as soon as possible. What might happen out in the Western Pacific while we're distracted for everything else. And the good news is that'll make jobs more available for our veterans. The folks, the young men and women who are most ably suited to be able to go into those primes and those contractors and produce these machines and parts that support our military while they're at sea. So let's open it up for questions. We got a couple minutes here. I think 5 minutes still. Anybody out there would like to ask these 2 gentlemen something? Sir, please tell us your name and your question.
My name is Roderick Williams. I work with Fairfax County Economic Development Authority in a workforce development role. And I want to dispel the stereotype. We know that there's going to be manufacturing, but as a person who deals with transitioning top-heavy officers in this area, the last thing they want to hear is, we got a manufactured job for you. So how can we dispel that stereotype with the manufacturing industry to attract those officers that want to come out, this transitioning out?
Yeah, sure. I'll go first. You can go. I think the reality is help on what the career projection and opportunity is in total and not just sort of broadly calling it manufacturing is really, really important, because even the distinction between manufacturing and advanced manufacturing piece. I think most of the work that we see right now, most of the demand that's really sophisticated and interesting falls in what I would consider to be the advanced manufacturing, which create real career opportunities and development opportunities as people move through that track. So being really clear and distinctive about what the actual opportunities are, what their mission and goals are, I think is really important, because most people think just sort of have one big monolithic view of what manufacturing is. And I think that's really challenge.
Yeah, I would just echo that this idea of education and collaboration is where you go. If you remember our opening speakers exercise where we closed our eyes and everybody with the backpack on, right? I think that's the same challenge that you have here is when they say industrial job or manufacturing job, they think of line worker, person welding the cars that's coming down the line. And so getting the information out, if you pass the information to the group of people in here and others, we can send it out, make sure the education picture, so when they close their eyes, they don't see that, they see the opportunities that you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think, I wanted an additive manufacturing person up on the dais, but I've done a lot of work with the Navy on this. They've got a facility down in Danville, Virginia that's phenomenal. And we just did a search to AI and additive manufacturing. I can tell you the workforce loves it, especially the older workforce that says, I don't have to do touch welding anymore. Upside down inside a hull, we can have something made by a machine and then installed. And the younger workforce wants to do it because they're trained in the use of artificial intelligence and these very sophisticated 3D printers, and that means something. The other thing is, maybe not for the officers coming out, but for the young people nowadays, you want to go off to college and get a degree that may not necessarily be marketable and have $100,000 or $200,000 in bills to pay. You're going to be paying those bills off for a very long time, as opposed to the vocational trades where you're going to get a job right away and you're going to get a pretty decent salary, in some cases 6 figures, and you're not going to have significant tuition to pay off for the rest of your life. One more question, and then we're going to call it a day. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Timothy Johnson, Dillard University, New Orleans, Louisiana. With the growing demand of looking for talent, HBCUs has a unique place in the marketplace, but yet talking to colleagues, we seem to not have a huge role in this space. What do you think the role of HBCUs are, and how do those institutions get more involved in this area?
Yeah, I think the first thing I would say, and I've said this to my colleagues over and over again, I think when you look at the workforce dynamic, the sheer volume of open jobs and need right now, particularly again in the spaces that we're talking about, you absolutely have to open the aperture. That word was used before. That's a word. Unless you do that, you're not necessarily going to find those individuals with the skill or the aptitude to actually engage in the jobs that you need. So I would say, DK said, I think joining into conversation, connecting with people across this community is a great way to do it, because that message can spread. Other people will carry that message forward. And there's space for everybody in here. I talk about people that we work alongside of and in some instances compete with, but we're all on the same mission. So sharing your message here, I think, forward as well.
Yeah, and I would just add, you guys obviously have something to contribute, right? Contribute what you have to the conversation. You're going to have talented. I'm not serving in the government anymore, so I can say some things like this, right? But DEI isn't about like giving people like special advantages. It is about understanding that all the talent that's out there, you need to take advantage of everything that's available to you, right? And so you guys have an opportunity to provide that talent and go in there, but get into the conversation. And if you help you maybe get into the conversation, but you certainly have some talent to contribute to this industry space.
Thank you for the question. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Kevin, and then we'll move on with the rest of the program.
Okay, we are, as I said before, behind schedule, but we're actually keeping on schedule based on the old schedule. That's just me doing marine math. We're not having a networking break, obviously. There is going to be time at lunch, so we have a short panel on franchising, and then we're going to have a rapid fireside feature of nonprofits because they're really at the heart of our work. But if you need to take a break, please do. And then we are going to have lunch for everyone. We'll have time to eat a little bit, and then we'll have a keynote speaker. And then we're going to pivot to the community piece with the Secretary of Veterans Affairs for North Carolina, the Commissioner of Veteran Services for Georgia. And then we're going to do breakouts. We'll make the breakouts a little bit shorter. We kind of anticipated this was going to happen. So the breakouts will be an hour. And the breakouts are really, really important because that's when we're really going to focus in on sharing the best practices and lessons learned. So I'm going to call to stage the next four panelists. And as I talk, they can come on up. I'm not going to introduce them, but I do want to touch on a topic to kind of frame it. I've showed this slide before. We talked about education. We talked about employment, entrepreneurship. So I'm a small business owner. We have small business owners, women veterans here, like Joe McCabe and Lee Drew, who came in today, and they represent Neighborly too. And I've been talking to them for the last few months through this partnership with Neighborly, that last few years. I testified before the House Committee on Small Business. This is a really important footstop moment because I was shocked when I was doing research for the testimony about the figures for veteran small business ownership. So I'm going to hit the wave tops, and then we're going to talk about franchising, which is actually flipping the script and a complete 180 from what I'm about to tell you. There are 1.6 million veteran small business owners in America. That's a good news story. We employ 3.3 million people. Of the 8.6 million veterans in the workforce, we represent a third of them because a lot of the people we hire are veterans and military spouses. We account for $180 billion in payroll. We contribute $1 trillion to our nation's economy. But what are big businesses that want to do business with small business doing to empower us to grow and thrive? That's what military thriving entrepreneurship is all about. It's not just about getting them to be your commercial banking client. It's not just about getting them to use your software or your AI tools or your workstations or your HR and payroll systems. It's about helping them grow and thrive because they are the engine of growth, change, and impact at the local level. And they are feeding these industrial bases and other industries that are vital to national security, and they are serving in communities. So here's the data point, and then I'm going to turn it over to Matt. Coming home from World War II, 50% of all veterans went on to own a small business. 50%. 12% of our veterans served in World War II. 12% of the population. That means 6% of the general population went on to own a business. America realized an economic boom from 1951 to 1971 because of veterans. And the GI Bill was used to do that. Low interest rate loans to open a business, capital to own a business, not just to go back to school, but to grow this country. Today, less than 4.3% of post 9/11 veterans have gone on to own a business. That is a problem. It is a massive problem. We represent 6% of the population. And for the first time in our nation's history since the end of World War II, we under-index on small business ownership. We're going to change that. That's going to be ZeroMils' focus. And as part of that focus, we work with Neighborly. We've worked with International Franchise Association. Matt Holler and I met when I started hiring our heroes, when he was the head of communications, and now he's in a much higher role. So Matt, I'm going to turn it over to you.
The head of community. Thank you, Kevin. And thanks for the work that ZeroMils does. I was going to tell that story if you didn't. So I think we, the franchise community, made the single largest commitment to the Hiring Our Heroes program as part of Kevin's work leading that initiative at the U.S. Chamber. And it's been a great partnership since then. And so I'm Matt Haller. I'm the president and CEO of the International Franchise Association. We are a trade association based here in Washington. We have about 1,200 member company brands. We have two represented here today that will moment. And then I'm also joined by Wendy, who manages our VetFran program, which was started really to answer the call after the first Gulf War by the founder of Neighborly, where Brad leads franchise recruitment and development. And it was really designed as a program to answer the call for transitioning members to consider small business ownership and to challenge the brands that the IFA represents, everybody from McDonald's to home services companies and hotel companies and lots of other brands that use the franchise model to think about how can we to business ownership for transitioning members of the military. And there's something called an initial franchise fee that is, the first hurdle somebody needs to go through before they finance a Mr. Rooter or a Dunkin' Donuts, as you'll hear about. And that is something that a brand has a lot of control over. And the reason for, from a business standpoint, for members of the IFA to think through is veterans have always done very well in the franchise model from the panel. But if you think about franchising, it's all about following a system and a structure and systems. And you have that network effect. And that's essentially, not to oversimplify it, what you do in a successful franchise relationship. You have a brand that's perfected the brand and to operate it and deliver the experience to the customer. And this program has scaled significantly over time. And we're just for the opportunity to be a small part, but I think an increasingly growing part of the solution that we continue to face with transitioning members. I will let my panelists do a quick intro of themselves, and then we'll get into the conversation. So, Brad, let's start with you.
You covered a lot. Is that on? Here. My name is Brad Stevenson, Chief Development Officer for Neighborly, and Neighborly is a franchisor. We have 19 different brands that we're friends and other folks that want to get into entrepreneurship. All of our brands enhance, repair, maintain your home and small business. So if you need a plumber, we have Mr. Rooter. We have Miss Cleaning Business in regards to Molly Maid. And again, we have numerous of brands across the portfolio. And it's been our honor to be a part of, but really focusing on veterans. And we've done that for decades now. But we've really accelerated some of that in our partnership with ZeroMils. And it's really about getting communication out that entrepreneurship is a way for veterans to be able to transition. Can play a really big piece of that most folks don't know about franchising. We'll talk a little bit about that today, but the opportunity that's out there is very vital for veterans as they look to either transition out of active duty, or if they're already in the workplace and they want to go back to servicing and servicing their local community. So appreciate and glad to be here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. My name is Ray Omar. I'm the founder and CEO of Capital. We own and operate 17 different Dunkin' locations across 4 different states: Maryland, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas. Former U.S. Army vet, transitioned into franchising 2008 under the Vet Fran program. Really rewarding journey and awesome experience. And I think, like you mentioned, I think veterans are uniquely qualified to be successful entrepreneurs as long as they have the support and the systems. And so happy to talk more about that.
Thanks, Ray. Wendy, please.
Hey, everyone. I'm Wendy Kuntz. I am the director of Vet Fran. I partner with many of you to our veterans all about franchising and why it's a good fit for them and how they can achieve their American dream through franchising and business ownership. I also 600 brands now to bring discounts and incentives to our veterans to help ease that financial piece of owning their own business and getting the support that they need in a proven system.
All right, so let's get into it a little bit. So, Ray, I want to start with you. You touched, briefly on this in your intro, but are the specific skills from your military background that prepared you to be a franchise owner?
Yeah, I think there's so many. I think, discipline, the accountability, the adaptability, the resilience. I think those all successfully transfer over to running and operating your own business. I think for me, I was developing the mission statement for Capital Brands Group. I was looking at, what were the most impactful traits or skills or attributes that I learned throughout my military career. And it came back to 3 really, and that's really the cornerstone of our company now, and that's leadership, empowerment, and service. And so, being in the military, leadership is front and center of everything that you do. Becoming a great leader is, something that you have to master, and that easily translates over to the business sector. Empowerment, I think, one of the things that does masterfully is developing their people, making sure they get the skills and the training and the professional development that they need to a better person and more talented person. And that's something that we incorporate inside Capital Branch Group. And then service is the other one. In the Army, you're serving your country, but in the business sector, you're really serving your guests, your employees, and your communities. And I think that is something that I learned in the military, and that is something that we incorporate in Capital Branch. And it's something that I'm really proud of.
Love it. I love it. And I think Ray's story is, really a hallmark of some of the Neighborly is out there looking for, whether it's in the veteran community or in your broader franchise development work. But talk about it through the business lens, Brad. Like, why has Neighborly placed such an emphasis on, supporting transitioning members of the military, both for them and, from a business case?
Yeah, there's a couple pieces, and Ray hit on several of them, obviously, of what we look at. But one is the ability to provide empowerment to veterans to be able to give back to their local community for them and their spouses. It's passionate for them. And the other piece is they're unbelievable franchise owners and great operators. To find great operators across any industry, tough. But if you have the proven systems, which usually is what veterans are looking for, and that's what franchise systems provide, good ones provide, right? And being able to operate within that, just like they did within the military. But being a great operator is tough, and finding great operators happen to be really, really great operators. And obviously, we value the leadership side and the grit that comes with being a veteran. Those muscles that were built while they were in active duty. And also looking at, it's a very mindset in local community. People a lot of times will see big brands and they think of them as corporate America, but Dunkin' is a locally owned business, right? Locally owned business. Our Mr. Rooters and Drive-Rent Wizards are locally owned business, and our owners really impact not only their employees, their customers, but local business, which really helps build a culture for a brand. And that's a handful of reasons, and I could probably keep going, but we would run out of 45 minutes. Ultimately, franchise owners just make really good owners.
Well, we have some time, so I do want to unpack it just a little bit, because you brought up one of my favorite things to talk about, is the misperception of franchising and really how that relationship works between the brand and setting up a new, in particular, talk a little bit about the relationship and the things that a brand or a platform like Neighborly does to help set up a new franchise owner for success, and how that's translated, maybe in an example or two, to a successful veteran franchisee in one of your systems.
Yeah, I think from a standpoint of once you're awarded a franchise, are going to set you up with many of the things you need to launch the business and be able to run the business. So a lot of times we get the operating systems that I'm going to use every single day to run and operate my business. What is the marketing aspect to be built? What is the technology and IT support that's going to come? The government relations and what's going on in your local market area. Starting a business by yourself, there's a lot to be able to get done. And from a standpoint, we've been in business for more than 40 years. We've had an opportunity to build systems and break them and try to make them better, et cetera. And it's something that if you try to do by yourself, it's just harder. You can ramp faster within the franchising community. Helping people hire and find employees within our sector, that can be a challenge, right? Finding for plumbers, electricians, et cetera. We have systems and stuff to be able to help with that. But think about all the things to get people off the ground and then up and operate are the pieces that we provide. Call it, for lack of a better term, you're getting a business in a box. That's really simplified down. But it doesn't mean that it's still got to work really hard and operate and do all those things. And that's why veterans are really good at taking advantage of many of those items that I just laid out.
Right. And financially,
Sure.
of course. And so, Ray, let me bring this back to you for a second. Go back to the moment when you were transitioning and contemplating, next phase of your life. And I just love for you to share, what was going through Ray's head at the time and what led you to Dunkin' and, extrapolate a little bit from the franchisee side, how you experience some of this support and answer the have started, a business without the support of the franchise model and some of the things that were offset by virtue of this relationship and the franchise fee.
Yeah, so for me, I grew up around entrepreneurship. My dad was an entrepreneur. He operated outside of Chase Plaza in Manhattan, Wall Street, and so it was something that I grew up, in the business. And I didn't think I was going to end up as a franchisee or a restaurant. I thought, I went in the military, pursued a military career, and then the opportunity arose. My dad always wanted to do a Dunkin', and so we looked into it, and it was something that we researched, and it was a program that there was an opportunity to open stores in Maryland, and that's where we entered the system and the brand. But I really do want to talk about the support that Dunkin' offers and franchise systems offer to their franchisees. I think in Mill you have a support structure, you have a staff. In terms of Dunkin', they're helping you with site selection, they're helping you with marketing, they're helping you with operations, and so that support structure is there. And trying to do that on your own, it's very tough, and so that's where big brands like Dunkin' come in and provide that support structure that's needed for you to be successful. And I think that's tremendous, and it's something that's invaluable.
Can I add one piece? And I talk about it as we're talking with folks as they're trying to make that decision. Hey, is Dunkin' right for me, or Neighborly Brands right for me and their family? We get lots of questions talk about the system, talk about the marketing, talk about IT, all of that piece. The one thing that doesn't come up a lot is the power of the that you're in. As it's going through, that's usually not brought up. Fast forward a year after someone's got into a brand and started to operate, and if you ask someone like, hey, what's some of the benefits you saw? Almost without a doubt, number one or number two is going to be the network of other owners that are there. Another avenue to be able to ask questions of, hey, what are you doing? What's working for you? What's going on in your market? It's kind of like the 5 pillars for Mills. It's like that becomes the veterans tribe. So you could have said, hey, I was in the Marine Corps or Army, but now your tribe is Mr. Rooter. Now you're Driver Wizard, and that is something that is a huge piece of the network that doesn't get talked about early on, but is a big benefit long term.
Yeah, I have dozens or hundreds or thousands of other people running the same business as you in a different community, and it also serves as a check on franchisors. Yeah. Franchisors have great ideas, but they may not be things that can actually work and be operationalized at a local level. There's a really helpful that exists in most systems between the franchisor and the franchisee through associations, through advisory councils. It's their money. You're the stewards of through the royalty stream and the fees, and it's a beautiful partnership when done the right way. Let me bring Wendy into the conversation. Her mandate in our organization is partnering with so many of you, whether it's public sector and other via organizations and corporations that are looking to support the veteran community. So Wendy, would love to just let you expand a little bit on some of the challenges that and where the veteran program is meeting that need.
Yeah, so we're educating them from the starting point of what a franchise model is and how to both get into franchising by partnering with our brands and also developing need to reach out and learn about the business community from the military. When they come out into the civilian world, there's so many things that they really understand. And we joke that one of our veterans asked me, well, I can really take a loan for my business just like I can for my house. They didn't know out there. And so I think that one of the main things that we're all trying to do in this room as we partner together is to educate them on all the different ways they can find their American dream after they leave the service and what that looks like in the civilian world.
So, to you, talk specifically about some of the incentives that Neighborly has in place for veterans.
Franchise fee. That's the essentially a fee you pay as you go through it. But on the very front end, we all have discounts and pieces and lots of franchising for veterans, first responders, etc. To be able to help ease the financial burden as folks are coming in. We know lots of lenders in the space to be able to help track them, veterans to lenders. That's probably the biggest challenge most people don't know about is how am I going to go about funding the business, but being able to do that. And we also have a group within our system called PTN, Pro Trade Net, and think of it as a vendor of about almost 300 prioritized vendors within our system that will provide certain discounts, et cetera, dependent on what the provider is into brand. So it's trying to always bring value, both financially and in the systems and stuff that are in place to help accelerate, or any of our owners for that matter.
Yeah, that's great. And I think we have 600 brands doing, sort of the threshold to be. And you want to talk about that a little bit, Wendy, and then some of the other examples that different brands are doing across the VetFran community.
Yep. So a lot of anywhere from a 10% discount all the way up to waiving that initial franchise fee entirely for our veterans.
Which can be up to how much? What to give for those that don't do every day?
Up to $100,000, totally waived for a veteran to start their own business. And then they also work with us to provide that education and provide those pieces and resources that you heard Brad talking about. As they do incentives and relationship building within their own brands, they have anything from an annual luncheon at their annual reunions where it's just for veterans and they honor them. We have veteran peer groups and resource groups, kind of that building your tribe that we've all been talking about today, doing that within your individual brand to help with that instant connection for our veterans to help them thrive and get any of the questions they answer or that they need answered through their peers within that brand. When I was a franchisee, that was one of the things that I loved the most because as we partnered with our corporate office and our headquarters for the training and the pieces, I could also call up my another franchisee within our system and say, hey, did this work? How do you do this? This happened to me. And it's more than just sharing that story or venting your frustrations. It is building your brand and building your team in your local community to help that instead of doing it all on your own.
All right, I want to bring us home with this question for everybody on the panel because we're here in Washington and there are lawmakers and policymakers, not just from Washington but also across the country. I mean, what's the one message? What's the one thing they can be doing to better support not just franchising but entrepreneurship for transitioning members of the military?
I have really two things. Number one, from a Neighborly standpoint in our partnership with ZeroMils, our whole piece is around that franchising. It's all about educating. Everyone realizes when you think about franchising, most folks think quick serve restaurants, right? Most folks think Dunkin', most think McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, which are brands and do unbelievable things. But there are hundreds, even thousands of brands that are out there that have a much lower price point and a lot of people don't know that is an opportunity out there. So we are constantly trying to just educate everyone on the opportunities that are there. Franchising, that's number one for us. I think as the bipartisanships probably doesn't make it pass. So I won't go down the path of like, oh, I'd love them to pass this. But our biggest thing we talk about all the time is for our politicians to be telling that story. Entrepreneurship and small business is big in our local communities, and that franchising is a big piece of that. And being able to tell and educate everyone on that, I think, really big piece that all of us in this room, but certainly our politicians could be doing, knowing that probably getting legislation becomes harder and harder.
Yeah, Ray?
Yeah, I think I echo that. I think the biggest thing that politicians can do is really, one of the hurdles brand like Dunkin' or Chick-fil-A is really the capital that's needed to open your first location and the education process around that. Military members on how to access that capital. I know that when I was looking at franchising and looking at Dunkin', the first upwards of $1 million. And, I was a '03 coming out of the Army and, I had like 80,000 built up on deployment. And I was like, man, there's no way, Fran. And then also the SBA, which is what I relied on to get my first loan was crucial. And so educating military members on those programs, and I think there's probably other programs that have come up, but that's crucial. It's barrier to entry, and if we could do anything to educate and make them more aware of some of the programs there, I think you'll have so many more veterans, QSR operations.
Yeah, and I think that, to chime in with these two is education is the key, as we've all talked about through more of these convenings that we've been at. And I think that asking them for funding related resources and legislation to that we've talked about all day today, whether it's higher education, whether it's funding for your small business or a franchise, all of those pieces need to be spread out and educated more and reinforced with the dollars behind it.
Well said. So 14% of franchises are owned by veterans, I think compared with 7% of non-franchise small businesses. That said, we have capacity to continue to grow. And my ask to anybody IFA and with VetFran, come see me, come see Wendy. You're going to hear a great story from Mike Davis, the CEO of Neighborly, over the lunch break about the ways that that brand is growing and scaling and doing so many innovative things, but also has a real commitment to the veteran community and so many of the VSOs. So thank you, Kevin and the ZeroMils team, for the opportunity to be here today. Thanks to what each of you all do to support this incredible community. Thanks to everybody in the room for their service, and have a great rest of the program. Thank you.
Okay, believe it or not, we're back on schedule, like literally back on schedule. Listen, we try to pack a lot of content in here so that we can get as much information as possible. We don't want to drag it over 2 days. It is really important to think about the workshops that we're going to do and take this in, because after the lunch hour, after we hear from 2 states that are working very deliberately on military thriving communities, we're going to workshop some of these topics. So I always see people towards the end of the day smelling the barn, and that's kind of where the real work starts. But if you think about all the things that we're trying to focus on, it really is challenging to talk about the 3 E's in the context that we are. I think we do a disservice a lot of times to the nonprofits that we work with. And in 40 minutes, you're going to hear from 5 of the most inspirational leaders that you'll ever meet. This is going to be a really fun, rapid fire, we call them rapid fireside chats when we're doing it up here. But we're going to literally have someone introduce the nonprofit leader. They're going to talk for a few minutes. The nonprofit leader will talk, and then we're going to show a video about their work, 6 to 7 minutes. But I really want to call attention to what we're talking about. These are the 5 pillars of military thriving. The organizations that we're talking about represent each of these pillars, and they actually represent multiple pillars at the same time. Companies that invest in a military thriving culture, that work with ZeroMils, like Neighborly, who's seeing unprecedented rates of closures for veterans they see, it's because they're adopting a culture. They educate and empower veterans, not just to get a franchise at Neighborly, but through Tommy Jones, who's teaching the classes with them, they're showing them that franchising is something different than they ever thought of, that they could see themselves in the opportunity. Companies out there are not investing in strategies that create cultures that help their employees thrive. They're not, to great effect, except for a few that are going to be up here and that we're working with. This is what we want to encourage them to do. to improve retention rates. The nonprofits that are on the stage are the ones that are investing in to provide these 5 things. So we're going to break it down by pillar, and we're gonna highlight these leaders. So first, I'm going to call to the stage my good friend and colleague Sean Passmore from Wells Fargo, and Mike Abrams from 4Block.
Can I use this mic? 1, 2, 1, 2. You hear me? All right. Hey, I got the best job today because I don't got to talk about myself or Wells Fargo or what we do. I get the opportunity to hype up my friends and my colleagues and their organizations, and it's rapid fire. So I'm going to talk really, really fast. So if I've not met you, or if you haven't met me, I lead enterprise military veterans initiatives at Wells Fargo, and I get to oversee our commitment to the military community. The greatest thing about that, it's not about writing checks for me. When I'm considering organizations in our portfolio that we want to fund or support or partner with or share information, it's really, really important for me to find organizations where we have the opportunity to lean in and to engage and to ask questions. Ask questions like, are the veterans coming through your programming, do they really have a chance at meaningful employment? What impact are you making? Do you have the data to back that up? And other than money, what can we do to help and engage and partner on this? And so with 4Block, that's a great organization, and we do that. And it starts with leadership. It starts from the top. It starts with a man who didn't just observe or talk about or complain about a gap between military service and corporate employment. It was an individual who took initiative, took action, prioritized it, and actually built an organization to help close that gap, and then built a team, and then had a vision, and not just have a vision, but communicate the vision in a clear and concise way to really, really make an impact. And it's about the mission, and the mission isn't get veterans jobs. Companies are hiring veterans. We've talked about the unemployment rate. We're doing a really, really good job at hiring veterans, but we're not really there on engaging and retaining and creating environments where veterans are thriving in the workplace. So 4Block is all about fit. How do you educate the veteran on how to find the right company with the right culture at the right time based on what they want to do and what's important to them and their families? And 4Block is crushing the mission. And it's about how they deliver it, because they deliver it in a cohort model. And if you've ever been part of a cohort, you know what a cohort does for you. Small team, family, trust, culture, cooperation, people with a shared life experience who are facing similar challenges and trying to accomplish the same thing. And there's also accountability. But of course, there's something in it for Wells Fargo. I told you I want to lean in. What's in it for me? What's in it for my company? Is my veteran employees and military spouse employees have a chance to engage, because they have regular old Wells Fargo jobs and they don't get to do what I do full time, but they want to pay it forward and they want to be engaged. And veterans want to work for companies who do cool stuff for veterans, and they want to be a part of that. So I'm retaining veteran employees. I'm engaging veteran employees because they have a chance to volunteer with 4Block and be a part of their programming and pay it forward. And then they recommend Wells Fargo is a great place to work to other veterans coming behind them. So please help me give it up for Marine Corps Colonel Mike Abrams and 4Block.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. The relationship we have with Wells Fargo is very, very, very special to us. You all have been supporting us in many ways for almost 10 years now, so we sincerely appreciate it. And Kevin, thank you for your vision. We're honored to just be a part and play a small role in what you all are doing across the country, and we're just honored to be here and appreciate all your mentorship. We've been at this now for 16 years or so. So when I originally reached out to you in 2009, 2010, you picked up the phone, and you helped me out. So thank you very much. So the organization was founded really through an idea that I had with an Iwo Jima, from an Iwo Jima veteran. So my last couple of years on active duty in New York City, I was a recruiter. I was tasked with escorting this Iwo Jima survivor to a number of different events throughout New York City. So I would show up in my dress blues in Grand Central, and he would come down from Westchester County, and he just loved the fact that an 18-year-old looking captain in his dress blues was picking up an old corporal and escorting him and carrying his bags to these events. So established a really good relationship with him. And one night he confided in me that he had post-traumatic stress when he came back from World War II. And it wasn't called that back then, but he said, my uncle came and dragged my hungover butt out of bed one morning and got me a job at Standard Oil in Stamford, Connecticut. He was sitting next to an Army veteran who he became fast friends with, he said. And then shortly thereafter, he met his wife and had a very successful business career and a big, wonderful family. But he looked at me that night and said, Mike, that job saved my life because it gave me meaning and purpose again. And that is what sort of planted the seed with me about how we can help veterans transition back home successfully. And that's helping them find meaningful employment, helping them find purpose. And in doing so, hopefully they don't go down a dark path. Hopefully they can integrate back into society very quickly, get financial security, and then be able to give back to their community just like they did in service to their country. So we've been doing it now for 16 years. We have a flagship program called the Veteran Career Readiness Program. It's a semester-long course where we take a cohort of veterans. Each week we take them to a different company where they get to meet the people who work there, learn about the opportunities, but most importantly, establish relationships with the people who work there. And it's through those relationships where employers both learn from the veterans learn from the employers, everyone makes a better hiring decision. And as a result of that program, the folks who go through it end up staying at that that employer for well over 14, 15 months. So that first post-military job, they are retained on average for us 14, 15 months, which has been great. So that's us in a nutshell. I want to keep us on track. So we have several members of our team here. So if you're interested in getting involved, please reach out. Oh, great. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not voicing over. We'll start from the beginning.
We've supported thousands of veterans, spouses, and their families, helping them find meaningful careers and achieve more than $500 million in increased earnings.
I think we should show it again.
Block is a community that helps veterans build meaningful careers. A structured 10-week experience where you build relationships directly with employers. Live sessions where you explore industries. Real conversations, real exposure, real connections. We've supported thousands of veterans, spouses, and their families, helping them find meaningful careers and achieve more than $500 million in increased earnings.
Okay. You guys are going to have to, oh, they already did it. Boy, Mike, you really got us back on track with the time, just like a Marine. So from my perspective, again, Mike said we've known each other for 16 years. I joked with him yesterday that he was probably 16 when we started, but he just looks really young. Colonel in the Marine Corps, reserves, so still serving in and out of uniform. What I really love about Block is they really are driving retention more than I think any other nonprofit in the employment space for veterans and spouses, because they help them find the perfect fit. These cohorts become mentors. They reconnect with each other. I went to an event in New York, apropos to nothing, 3 years ago, and there were veterans in the audience that just kept standing up, and they were asking a question. They would start, the question was, I got my start with Block. So it was pretty amazing. I'm going to call a power couple to this stage. I don't know if anyone follows me on social media. I've been doing this power couple series focusing some pretty incredible families that are serving together. I mentioned the likes of Sheila and George Casey. I mentioned Nordy and Susie Schwartz. I mentioned Keith Davids and Yvette Davids, who achieved high ranks in the Navy. I've had the pleasure of knowing Nikki through a program. We actually sat together the very first day at the Presidential Leadership Scholars Program, side by side. No one in the room knew each other. There were 57 of us. And it really showed me that there are a lot of things outside of our community that we can be doing. And I think Nikki would agree. There were 8 veterans and 2 military spouses in that cohort. So we were underrepresented in terms of the total number, but still overrepresented in terms of population. But it was truly an extraordinary experience. And Nikki stood out to me from day one. And then I got to learn about her organization. And listen, I said it at the beginning, this is about giving people a seat at the table. You hear from the same nonprofits over and over and over again talking about the same things. Mike Abrams is an innovator. He's been around for a long time. Nikki and Leo are innovators. Patricia is an innovator. Noah Courier is an innovator. You're going to hear from them, but I want you to take it on board because I guarantee you there are people that you've never heard from. They deserve a seat at the table, and they deserve companies to pay attention to them, just like Lisa Hallett at Wear Blue Run to Remember and what she's done with that organization. And this is the key. All of these nonprofit leaders are working together. They don't compete. They collaborate. And that's what Nikki Marin's doing. That's what Leo's doing. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
Thank you, Kevin. That's one of the best introductions. Thank you, Kevin. Again, it's such a pleasure to be here today. I appreciate everything that you're doing for the community. I mean, today's exceptional, and it was kicked off yesterday evening, and that was such a blast. So my husband and I, we founded Beneath the Service. In terms of finding purpose, we believe that continued leadership development plays a very important role in it as an intervention to addressing finding purpose. We know that there are exceptional skills that are acquired as a result of military service, but leadership training doesn't end after you've hung up the uniform or your spouse or your partner has hung up the uniform. And so what we have done through our own customized leadership programming, there are two things that distinguish our work. The first is around blending best practices. One, taking that from the military, but also infusing it with best practices from the public and private sectors, along with the latest in leadership theories and research. In addition to our programming, we also do a ton of work around research as well. And then the second part of it too is our underlying philosophy is that leadership is about becoming yourself. Yes, leadership is about sacrifice. Yes, leadership is about duty and selflessness. But you also need to make sure that as a leader, you are understanding the meaning and extracting that meaning behind your experiences and being able to effectively share your stories in a way that allow you to reach your leadership potential. That strengthens within the veteran community, but it also helps strengthen connections outside the community as well. Leo, can you share a couple of our initiatives?
That's awesome. Yeah, so the first one is called the Good Life campaign. And Monica back there will put out the books. Maybe she did already. You're going to get these little notebooks. And of course, Nikki's touch, she wrote in every single one of them. And the Good Life campaign is literally what we're trying to do is just bridge. Many of the issues or challenges that veterans face are also faced by anyone in life. And so if you go to that part of the website, beneaththeservice.org/good-life, you'll see these are real people that have submitted. We ask them the question, what is a good life? And we're starting to see already similarities in their responses to help kind of bridge that gap between what veterans might see, but also anyone else. And so this is something we're launching as part of our Women Veterans Leadership Program. We're flying in 45 women veterans tomorrow. And the first day of programming will be Friday. And so we would love to reveal all of your submissions live on the website. So if you submit something now, you'll see it on the website a little bit. There's a little delay, but you'll see it. And ideally, we would love to show them some of the work. So that's the Good Life campaign. We're always looking at different ways to activate and engage both different types of audiences. And then the second thing, which the video will be about, is around a partnership that we did with Ancestry, so the Ancestry kits. And so to Nikki's point about leadership is about becoming yourself, what we like to do as part of our program is tie purpose to identity. You also have to know who you are and where you come from. And so Ancestry, as you'll see in the video, saw that opportunity in the programming to not only extend their products and services to an audience that is highly engaged, but also we saw how it complemented our own programming. And so in addition to sponsoring the kits themselves, they also gave us, they embedded themselves into our programming in addition to a small sponsorship grant. What did I miss? Cool. So we'll play the video, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you all so much. We appreciate this. We'll be in touch. We'll be talking to all of you after.
One of my favorite quotes is, "I come as one, but I stand as 10,000." And for me, that's because leadership is about your team, it's about your family, it's about your ancestors and those who support you. At Ancestry, we really help people discover, preserve, and share their unique family stories. I was inspired by the words that you actually just said, Nikki, and that was at Beneath the Service. We believe that understanding your story is essential to stepping into your leadership potential. We all have a story, and I believe that we are all still discovering our stories. So let's do it proudly, and let's do it confidently.
Attica has generously, she's been able to get us all Ancestry kits. So we're gonna pass them out. So everyone's getting their own Ancestry kit.
Let's hear it for Nikki and Leo. Okay, they didn't talk about themselves much. Both graduates of West Point, both very, very, very successful in the private sector, leading major initiatives with companies like Google, where Nikki was at the very end. And they heard the call to serve, and they started this on their own. So I think about the corporations that are in the room and them stepping up, the work that Wells Fargo is doing, the work that CVS Health is doing, some of our partners and who they choose. What we want is for people to see the work of 4Block, the work of Beneath the Service, and then make decisions about investing in the things that they want to invest in. We're seeing a lot less of that in the private sector, and it's something that we need to consider, not because it's the right thing to do, because it's right for your business. Ancestry did a video that highlights what they wanted to do for a nonprofit for a specific reason. They're supporting Nikki, and in doing so, they're supporting women veterans and other people that want to find purpose through these programmings. It makes complete sense. In helping their employees and their ERGs connect with these nonprofits, they're also empowering them to find purpose, to be connected, to take care of their health and well-being. You'll hear all these themes, but it is a very minimal investment for a great return. So on that note, I'm going to call another private sector leader up, Ian McDuffie from Amazon, along with Patricia Stakem from an organization that we haven't worked with before, Iraqi Children's Foundation. Patricia's married to a Marine, so there's a lot of Marines in the audience. I haven't asked about that. Any Marines out there? That's right. But I'm going to turn it over to Ian, and then he's going to turn it over to Patricia. If you want to stand behind the podium wherever you're most comfortable. Okay. Thanks.
Very nice to see you again and speak for the first time. This is my third time coming here, and so grateful to be able to talk to you all. So I'm really here to introduce Patricia and talk about why Amazon has found it so important to partner with the Iraqi Children's Foundation. And, you know, a lot of themes we've already talked about has been veterans and military spouses thriving at our companies. Well, Amazon has been known for years, I think, in the military hiring space, but we're just as committed to military retention, ensuring those veterans that and military spouses we've worked so hard to bring into our company are staying and growing and thriving and connecting and promoting and leading our company. That makes us a better company. So we have still, though, like probably all the companies in the room, we've still been losing veterans and military spouses. We've been attriting them, and we look at that data very carefully. And so we've been after for a couple of years now to underpin why that's been happening. So last year we went on the road around the world, and we spoke to many veterans through a number of summits. We did a lot of surveying. We took all that data to our friends at Duke University to analytically underpin why are we losing veterans? Why are they leaving? And it's going to be no surprise to everyone in the room. It's because in the cases when they are considering leaving, it's because they don't have that meaningful connection. They've not connected to their tribe within our company, and then they're kind of losing their way. But we have found that when veterans connect, especially through ERG activations, to other veterans, and on top of that, they do meaningful work. And meaningful work, I mean volunteer activations, being busy in their community. They have up to 12x the retention rates of those veterans who just came in and didn't connect and didn't get involved. And I have a hypothesis that meaningful work draws from meaningful experience. And a lot of those veterans, a lot of those ERGs draw a meaningful experience from shared experience, like all the GWAT veterans in here. Iraq veterans, Afghanistan veterans, we have that thing that draws us closer. And so I met Patricia last year and learned about the incredible work that her organization does. And I think it's really going to pay dividends for our veteran community. I think it's going to pay dividends for other companies in here to really activate your ERGs around that sense of purpose. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce my friend, Patricia Stakem from the Iraqi Children Foundation.
Hi, everyone. I wish I am as fluent in English as I would like to be and speak, easily as I want to. But that's why I'm going to use some of my notes, so give me an umbrella of mercy on this. So first, I want to say thank you so much for Kevin and ZeroMils. I'm so honored to be here today. Thank you, Kevin. And also a big thank you for Ian for this generous introduction. Being recognized and supported by you and Amazon Military Affairs means the world to our team and to the children we serve. So my name is Patricia Stakem, and I'm the Executive Director of the Iraqi Children Foundation. I'm a proud Arab American who grew up living through conflict in the Middle East and understand firsthand the lasting impact that war and instability can have on families, communities, and children. I'm also the proud spouse of a U.S. Marine Corps veteran of the Iraq War. We actually met during one of his deployments to Iraq. So when we talk today about transition, purpose, and what it means to truly thrive after service, that is deeply personal to me. That's actually very often my dinner table conversation. ICF was founded in 2007 by U.S. Army veterans who participated in the initial invasion of Iraq, alongside an American translator, and he's also a cultural advisor who served with U.S. officials in Baghdad. From day one, veterans were not just supporters of this mission, they were the mission. And that is still true today. Here's something that doesn't get talked about enough or very often. Many of the men and women who served in Iraq came home carrying memories not just of war, memories of people, children specifically. Over the years, we've had many Gold Star families and veterans reach out to share photos and stories of Iraqi kids they met on deployment. Kids kids whose faces and stories have stayed with them. Kids they never forgot. That connection didn't end when the deployment did. For a lot of veterans, it has never yet ended. And that's exactly the space ICF was built to honor. Today, ICF supports vulnerable children across Iraq through disability clinics, girls' centers, education program, and legal representation. Years of conflict and violence left hundreds of thousands of Iraqi kids orphaned, displaced, or living in extreme poverty. We showed up for them, and we did that and still do it every day, in large part because veterans wanted us to. But I also want to talk about ICF and what it gives back to veterans, because it goes both ways. One of the most powerful things an organization like ours can offer is a way to keep serving with purpose after the uniform comes off. Our annual In Their Shoes 5K, which is coming up actually this summer on August 29th, is not just a race, it's a reunion. It has been since 2012. It brings back veterans every year into a community with people who understand what they've been through, what they've experienced without needing a single word of explanation. That sense of shared mission, belonging, and solidarity, that is thriving. That is the change we're here to talk about today. Regardless of where anyone stood politically on the Iraq War, I think most of us can agree enormous sacrifices were made. Thousands of American soldiers lost their lives, Many came home forever changed, and countless Iraqi families suffered devastating, irreversible loss. We can't undo any of that, but we deeply believe those sacrifices should not be wasted. Through compassion, partnership, and continued service, we are building bridges of healing that honor both the Americans who served and the Iraqi children whose lives have been shaped by the lasting effects of the war. That is the legacy ICF is working toward every single day. A people-to-people legacy rooted in humanity, service, dignity, and hope. And finally, as a veteran spouse, it's truly an honor to be here today and be part of this Change Forum. I appreciate this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to connecting with many of you during this event. Thank you so much.
My name is Fahad Al-Qadim. I was born and raised in Iraq, Baghdad. I moved to the U.S. in 2015 as an immigrant. I'm an Army veteran and Amazon employee since 2015. So as soon as I moved to the U.S., my first job was with Amazon. And today I'm in D.C. to attend the ICF Iraqi Children Foundation running. I traveled all the way from Michigan just for this event.
Supporting organizations like the Iraqi Children's Foundation is one of the ways that the Global Military Affairs team tries to partner with nonprofits, one, in order to support their cause, but two, also to engage our veteran community through supporting those partnerships, especially the Iraqi Children's Foundation that is there to support the most vulnerable of those population, Iraqi children.
I was a translator with the U.S. Army in Iraq, and I volunteered for the exact same event for the disabled Iraqi children. I helped them with wheelchairs, so I volunteered to translate and help them to load and unload the wheelchairs.
So my name is David Collins. I'm the board chair of the Iraqi Children's Foundation. I have the tremendous privilege of being involved with this organization since 2009. And I want to thank everyone here for joining us. Even if we get a couple sprinkles, it's going to be a beautiful race.
I got captured by Al-Qaeda in 2007 for 3 days. Just they want to get confirmation that we work with the U.S. Army. My dad had to pay them, so they released me. I worked as a translator in Iraq just to make sure this does not happen to any other Iraqi kid at that time. 2020, that's when I decided to join Michigan Army National Guard. So Amazon offered the accommodation for military leave, which is they support that 100%. I went to basic training and AIT, and I choose to be a truck driver for the military since I have a great background with Amazon driving trucks. So that was the best fit for my military career. Got promoted to TSS, or trainer manager, and now I cover Michigan State. So it's a huge honor to be a U.S. Army veteran and at the same time work in the best company in the world. My name is Fahad Al-Qadim. I'm the trainer manager in Michigan State in DET 2.
Okay, let's hear it for Patricia. I don't know about all you, but as I get older, I get emotional and get teared up at a lot of the videos, and just seeing leaders like this, how inspiring they are.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. If you don't know me, my name is Paul Cuccinata. I'm with ZeroMils. I'm Kevin's bigger little brother, so I'm younger than him. Today, to introduce Dr. Sherman Gillums. And I'm going to try to quote somebody, and we hear this quote a lot in the military, but I think it's really best attributed to Nelson Mandela. That's a quote about courage. And courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the triumphant. And when you think about thriving, and what we've talked about all today, thriving is not the absence of struggle, but rather the ability to grow and find purpose out of that struggle. Inspire others. That's the most important part. Inspire others. And in some cases, prepare others to do the same. And nobody I know embodies that more than he's been doing that his whole life. In his public life, that started as a Marine Corps drill instructor. That in and of itself gives you who man is. But his job was to transform young paralyzed veterans of America, AMVETS, National Association for for Mental Illness, and in other nonprofits, and one we'll talk about in depth here today, the Oscar Mike Foundation, founded by another military veteran who had a significant injury. And Sherman snapped back into his role as a drill instructor. And he went and took hold of that Marine and transformed him into what he became as a great inspirational nonprofit leader with the Oscar Mike Foundation. Sherman's written a book. He's an author. He's a doctor. He's a teacher. He's a professor, University of Maryland Systems. I like to think of Sherman with other titles. He's a son, he's a father, and he's a brother.
How do you convince an 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old in the prime of their life, a Marine or soldier, sailor, or airman, that living with a spinal cord injury is worth climbing out of a hole to realize? How do you do that? It's a question I would sit outside of the door at the spinal cord injury unit in San Diego and ask myself. And I had the answer because even though I'd lived it, I had to see it play out over some years. And what I came to realize is that the best way to convince a person in that position to climb out of that hole is to not convince them, but to jump back into the hole with them and show them the way out. And if it's not up, it may be sideways. You may have to dig a tunnel. You may have to do something different, but jumping back into the hole is the way you give a person who was in Noah's position in the mid-2000s the vision that life is possible. And what I would tell them oftentimes is that one of the things you'll come to realize, even though this is one of the most catastrophic yet survivable conditions, that's why it's so devastating, because most people don't die from a spinal cord injury. You live, and that's the problem. It doesn't feel like living. And so you spend most of your time surviving instead of living. It's a big difference. But if you live long enough, you come to realize that your body becomes the advocacy. Your body, your experience becomes the data and information that you need to be equipped with when you go back into a room and talk to somebody like Noah at the time. All right? These same hands that have shaken the hands of presidents in the Roosevelt room are the same hands that are blackened right now because of the soot in the parking lot. So you're never too far away from the experience of those who barely survive. And that's important because when they see you, that's the only symbol at times that living is possible. That's why it's always ideal, no matter how high you've gotten. And as Paul laid out, I've done some things, but going back into the hole is essential because of people like Noah Currier and what he did after he climbed out of that hole and found his way out. Now, he did something for me that I probably have never seen before, will never see again, and perhaps some of you. I got to see the beginning of the birth of a mission. He talked to me about Oscar Mike as a T-shirt company. We were both out there at Camp Pendleton in California, and he idealized raising money to send paralyzed veterans to the wheelchair games because of what it had done for him. Again, jumping back in the hole. And I'll admit it. I said, I don't know. You didn't have a business degree. You're going to put a lot of money into all this production without a real plan. But you know what? I wouldn't doubt a Marine one bit once he set his mind to it. And admittedly, I didn't want to see him hurt in any way. By losing money and having a dream and an idea that seemed so far-fetched, especially given where he was at his stage in recovery. And I'm happy to say, once he sent me that link to make the first purchase on the website, to make sure it worked, I became his first customer, and I ate crow that day, and I was glad to do it. Because what he did is he planted the seeds and started Oscar Mike, which would blossom into a multi-million-dollar foundation at this point, and it has saved lives. And get this stat, because not a lot of programs can claim that. And these are the most catastrophically injured and wounded veterans. We're talking multiple amputees, close to 2,000, I believe. Not a single one has died by suicide. Not a single one. And these are the people. You can clap for that, please. But what's most important about that, it's not that there's that milestone, because it's a moving target. At any time, any one of these young people can do that. They can decide any given day that spinal cord injury isn't worth living. And that's why it's important not just to hit those milestones, but to recognize the mission is never done. You have to jump back into the hole if you have to do it each and every day to make sure you can pull somebody through some of their darkest days. And Noah's talked about it, frankly. I'm proud to have been at his side during moments when his fiance died in a car accident, and he went through other health issues. And today, he's a father of a beautiful little girl, a beautiful stepdaughter, and has a wife that's at the end of that road. He had to get there. He had to live long enough to go from surviving to living to thriving. And I'm proud to say that the partnership that we've enjoyed with these gentlemen over here, who I've known for a long time. I've known Kevin since his days at Hiring Our Heroes, and when we were trying to get veterans back to work and spouses, and met Paul a little bit after that. Paul has been gracious enough to meet me down at the Hawk, where my daughter was going through the basic school after Naval Academy, and have been great mentors to me, and they've been great mentors to Noah. But I want to leave you with a documentary that he put together, he directed, that's now making the circuit around the film festivals. I saw it in Annapolis. It's called Some Function, S-U-M. All right, and there's a bit of irony in that, because when you first wake up with a spinal cord injury and realize where you are, you're happy to have some function, S-O-M-E, some function, but what you realize over time is that it's the sum function of who you are that counts. Not what you lost, what you're left with, and what you do with it. And so is that going to be the snippet we'll see? Okay, you'll see a snippet, but I encourage you to go on the Oscar Mike Foundation website. And if you can Google some S-U-M function, if it comes to a town near you, I was just at Hard Rock Cafe in Illinois to watch it in his hometown in Rockford. But it's a great documentary about his life and how he and what he calls the Oscar Mike militia have found a way to go from surviving to living to thriving.
Kara, got any good jokes?
Women's rights.
You know, I think all of us can kind of relate to being different. You're different with your disability, you're different because of how you're standing, whatever it is.
The issue is no one's talking. Like, I don't understand. We're all in the military. You have to fucking communicate. If you don't, you die.
I woke up, my head was turned around backwards.
My disease is nicknamed the suicide disease.
My whole life has been nothing but chaos.
The concussion of the blast had collapsed my right lung. As I'm laying there looking at myself, realizing my legs are gone, my hand's messed up, I still never felt like I was gonna die.
I got injured and immediately I thought I had lost my purpose. I think a person without a sense of purpose is just one of the lowest feelings to ever have.
Most of them are going through something that the average person probably isn't, but everyone goes through some stuff that just is hard. Your choice in the response ends up becoming kind of what defines you. Do you respond and you're just like, this sucks, I give up? Or do you respond and go like, nope, I'm gonna try again, I'm gonna try again, I'm gonna try again?
when everything happened. My ex-husband kind of dipped out and said, this isn't for me.
I was too young to give up on life.
How many surgeries was it?
At least 80.
I'd gotten a rifle and I was ready. I didn't have any desire to live anymore.
There's a couple times I was stuck on the ground for like 12 hours, but that's how you learn to get up.
I don't know if I can have kids or not. This girl I'm dating, she definitely wants them.
My secret's crying in the shower every day. We're all still battling certain demons. Bringing us together allows us to kind of work through them, and that's huge.
We're not supposed to be here, we're here. So let's fucking make the most of it.
Our story's not done yet. We're just getting started.
We've all made these decisions as a group to do big things together, on and off the court. You guys make me stronger every single fucking day, and I mean it. We got stuck inside the rotating door.
Thanks, Sherman. And what he won't tell you is Sherman just published a book recently called Street. And remember back to what I said about preparing people to thrive. And he tells his story from a lot of facets from a young life, but particularly his copies for everybody outside. So before you go home, yeah, please grab one of those books. Okay, we like to finish where we started, so we're going to bring more back up along with Harrison Bernstein from Soldiers to Sidelines.
Thank you. That was awesome. Thanks, Sherman. Thank you. All right, I'm bookending the hype, people. I told, most of the organizations that are in our portfolio that we support and partner with are focused on workforce development, meaningful careers for veterans and spouses, but not all of them. Soldiers to Sidelines, I think they get after employment a little bit, but really what this organization is all about is this idea that after you take off the uniform, there are still opportunities to lead and develop and to serve a purpose bigger than yourself, just like we did in the military. And just started from the top down with a leader and a vision and somebody who recognized that these skills, traits, behaviors, experience may have led to a successful military career are also the same skills, traits, behaviors, experiences found in great coaches, and took the initiative, left a coaching career in the NFL so he could full-time lead Soldiers to Sidelines and build a pathway for veterans into coaching. Either not a career at every level from under 8 girls soccer to the National Football League. And he did that. And we've talked about the components of military thriving. We've talked about meaningful employment, community, sense of purpose, health and well-being, physical and mental. Soldiers to Sidelines is touching all of that simultaneously at the same time. We also talked about the kit bag, things that we all carry around with us, whether we served or we didn't serve, things that we've learned, things that we've achieved, skills that we've gained, bruises, losses, regrets, heartaches, everything that at some point you pull out to get you through that challenge you need to in that moment. The Soldiers to Sidelines is adding stuff into that kit bag, right? By certifying people as coaches. And I also said, what's in it for me? We support Soldiers to Sidelines. We got a bunch of employees at Wells Fargo's who like to coach. And they've gone through his programming and they're soldier coaches. And when you go through the programming at Soldiers to Sidelines to become a better coach, you also become a better employee, you become a better teammate, you become a better manager and a better business leader. So I hope you're ready for energy. I hope you're ready to bring it. Welcome, Harrison Bernstein.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, we've heard a lot about purpose today, and we are all in on purpose. We heard about purpose in employment, right? Finding renewed sense of purpose in employment. We heard about finding a renewed sense of purpose in building your leadership competency, which is super important. We heard about finding a renewed sense of purpose in health and wellness through adaptive athletics in that super inspiring video we just saw. And at Soldiers to Sidelines, we provide a renewed sense of purpose by building those same competencies to continue to serve our country as a coach. And we actually have an adaptive athlete coaching certification specifically to help more folks get involved with Oscar Mike and inspire the next generation of athletes. And we do this through a process of certification first, which is education to coach, because we want this to be the veterans' own volition to come in and want to continue to develop the future leaders of our country. Online coursework, in-person workshops, and you're going to see a quick example of that. We're actually doing another in-person coaching workshop on Friday with the Washington Commanders at their practice facility. We have 13 of our soldier coaches coming in to positively influence and mentor about 75 underprivileged kids here in the DC area, and they get to hear from Coach Quinn and be in one of the most inspiring environments in an NFL practice facility. And that's all happening Friday. And if any of you guys were here last year at the Military Thriving, we saw that happen outside on this football field. And we'll get a recap video here in a minute. But I just want to talk about why Soldiers to Sidelines is important and what we solve for. We talked about purpose and improving well-being of the service member, 100%. This country is also suffering from a tremendous shortage of coaches. You might not see that in Montgomery County, Maryland, but in the inner city and rural areas of this country, there's a pretty significant shortage. There's also a shortage of improving the competency and the skill sets to improve a kid's psychological well-being is so important, especially now in the age of NIL, where everything is results, outcome, and money-based. Well, believe it or not, we start to play sports because it gives us a sense to learn all these wonderful life lessons. Having a soldier coach in the community creates a community anchor, which bridges the civ-mil divide. So now, the most precious thing in any person's life is their kids. And to have a quality mentor coach that served in the military that these kids can look up to is priceless. And that bridges that gap. And fourth and foremost, if we can do a great job of that, which we are, we can ensure the future of the all-volunteer force. Because maybe some of those kids that our soldier coaches positively influence, they decide to be like their coach, serve in the Marine Corps, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy. And when we do that, we can strengthen the integrity of our country writ large. It's so important. So I'm so grateful for everyone to be here and learn about the Soldiers to Sidelines mission. I encourage you to get involved. Help us get to our goal of tens of thousands of soldier coaches positively influencing millions of kids annually, and just watch the magic happen. So, play the video.
Okay, let's hear it. Okay, there are the 5 pillars. I think the 5 leaders and the presenters that came up with them said it all. For us, this is like the heart of military thriving. And I think the question that everyone has to ask themselves is, how do you meet those leaders from these 5 great organizations and the ones you saw earlier, and think about how you work that into what you're trying to do from a corporate or community perspective, or university perspective for that matter, because students on campus could really benefit from some of these programs as well. I would be remiss in not mentioning we're also partnering with Soldiers of Sidelines on a big event in Nashville on July 23rd through the 26th, their biggest coaching summit of the year, when we're going to be with the Nashville team. And then in October, we're going back to do our regional change forum, which I'll talk about later. But on top of that, in January, I think it's January 22nd, you can correct me if I'm wrong, 15th? January 15th, must have been last year. On January 15th, for the second year in a row, we're going back to Florida for the American Bowl. So very high level, prestigious game where 120 of the best athletes in the country, I think it's like 80% of them go on to play in the NFL. They're getting drafted third, fourth, fifth rounds, but they're going on. And the most meaningful thing is Soldiers to Sidelines is there, and their soldier coaches, a dozen of them, get to go on the field and coach those young kids and inspire them too through their own stories. So that's going to be on national television like it was last year. And we're going to get the word out through the state of Florida to turn people out. Crazy what's going on this week. Like even last night at our reception, we had Michael Rod Rodriguez, the other Rod that I know. Michael Rodriguez is an Army veteran who's leading the Global War on Terror Memorial Foundation. And today at 10 o'clock, they actually did the unveiling of the actual monument that's going to be going up for GWAT veterans. So we're going to be sharing everything in a follow-up email, but that literally happened today. Like this is what our community is all about. If you think about Harrison on June 12th, you can join him during the day. You can go out there and see what he's doing. And at night on Women Veterans Day, Nikki and Leo are hosting 45 women veterans. So there's no shortage of things to do this week. That wasn't intentional, but as God would have it, like all those things come together. So if you're staying an extra day or two, let's consider joining them. All the QR codes were up there. We're going to share information about all the nonprofits afterwards. But now we get to take a break, a real break. We're going to extend the break a little bit. So what I would ask you to do is, before I do that, this is the QR code to what we're doing with all these nonprofits to provide these 5 things. Our own Army veteran, Tommy Jones, we're not all Marines, but our Army veteran, Tommy Jones, is leading this program. This is our day-to-day, yeah. This is the day-to-day stuff that we're doing, not just on the employment side or the business ownership side, but the other things that we're doing. And this is the break slide, so I forgot to cue those. So there's lunches right out here to the right, or my right, your left. Please grab a lunch. Take a few minutes to network, but come back to your seats to start eating. We intentionally don't use plates and forks and knives. It's a box lunch. I'd like to give everyone a little bit of time to eat and talk while they're eating so that we can give our attention to the lunchtime speaker. Even though I know you'll be finishing up if you grow up in a big Catholic family like me, you're done. Whoever eats the fastest eats the mostest, but you don't have to eat fast. What I'm encouraging people to do is grab your lunch, still talk, but sit and eat and share fellowship so that we can come back at 12:45 and get started. Thank you. And the military? Test. We'll just get everyone. We'll get everyone. We'll do it. Bo. Dave. I think we need 2 rows. Yeah, yeah. Now I'm a lot shorter than you, so it'll be a lot better. But
If the clicker to right on the clicker is now timing this.
yes, so
Except for oh, I'm supposed to be in that photo, but oh.
we got time.
I'm just checking out the
Okay.
setup.
Thanks, brother.
Excuse me.
Hey, I'm gonna. I can even put this on the stage too. That was a good one. Come here. No, Laura. Does that work?
I'm just trying to.
Oh, you could put it on the table. No, we had it. Put it on the table. Put it down here.
I think we're good. I think we're fine. I'll just leave it here. I don't think, again, 99% chance I won't use it. I just wanted a little bit of a backup on, since Brad covered most of my script in the panel.
To be honest, I wasn't even able to stay for the panel. I spoke to systems. Yeah, just one. That's one thing. I think the biggest challenge we have is trying to so much good content. Like you're not going till when? Yeah, we're gonna give him 10, at least 10 more minutes. 15.
I also think this is not working. Well, it was working. It was working.
Yeah, I got it.
It works. The only thing is there was something up here. So if there's something on the screen, it won't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have like edit or anything like that, that's why it didn't
something
work.
came up?
Yeah, yeah. He's going to control it. I can do that. Yeah, I can do it.
This is your clicker.
This is his, but he needs that clicker. Yep.
That's your slide right
I have
there,
the other
Mike,
one right here.
to introduce you. That's your. I don't know. Is there? You have a PowerPoint that we're presenting?
Yeah. It's there. I saw it. So you're good with this. You just worry about this. I'll worry about your slide. How about that?
Yeah.
Just,
They'll be up there.
We'll just keep it simple, stupid.
Oh, it's in there. It's in there. I'm going to introduce you. It's a friendly fire, we call it. Friendly fire.
Turned off. I think it got disconnected.
Pardon my reach just for a moment. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Tommy's going to do that.
For some reason, stuck my head in the last second trying to get in. For some reason.
Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. We got 5 minutes. We're going to get started at 1. I want to give everyone a few more minutes to eat. But at 1 o'clock sharp, we're going to have the next keynote and then the last fireside chat where we pivot to communities. Okay, we're going to get started, folks. If you're not sitting, grab your seats. If you are still eating, chew quietly. Okay, we're going to find our next keynote speaker, Mike Davis. I'm not going to speak from my notes. I'll just say this. ZeroMils picks and chooses who we work with. Back in 2022, when ZeroMils was first founded, when Paul and I first started, before we actually were a registered LLC and a service-disabled veteran-owned business, our first client was actually the International Franchise Association, and we worked with VetFram. And we went to their anniversary of VetFram, the 30-year anniversary, in San Diego. And we brought a bunch of nonprofit leaders, like CEOs of the biggest nonprofits in the country. We did service projects. We did amazing things. And then we started to do our own discovery and looking at leaders in this space. And it actually started back in San Diego. We went back to Las Vegas the year after. And then we decided to focus our work with Neighborly, just because we think they align so well with what we do. And what Military Thriving is all about. These are literally thousands of business owners, civilians and veterans alike, in communities who are serving every day through the work that they do as business owners, fixing people's houses, maintaining them. And it's really a fascinating thing. But I want to thank Mike Davis for being here. I want to thank Brad and Brian and all of the franchise owners that are here today representing them, because they are, in my opinion, the only military thriving franchisor in the country, and they're educating and empowering veterans and military spouses and their families to own businesses and to really make our country better. So without further ado, Mike Davis, CEO of Neighborly.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Kevin. All right. Tough slot here. Following lunch, following Sherman. What an incredible message, but I will try to keep your attention at least 20 minutes until the food coma kicks in. And it's tough with my ADHD mind to watch people. Do my best. Hopefully my Neighborly cheering squad will keep it real for me. All right. Again, Mike Davis, CEO of Neighborly. Do a bit more about our brands. We are 28 global brands. 19 of those are in North America. And as several people have mentioned today, the founder, the architect of Neighborly, Don Dwyer Sr., started VetFran 30 years ago in 1991, right after the Gulf War. So it is part of our DNA. It is not a marketing hook. That and the code of values, which attracts, I believe, a lot of vets, again, a part of our DNA structure. I'm going to talk about three things today. I'm going to talk about why powerful and sometimes misunderstood. I'm going to talk about why the service presents itself so well. And lastly, I'll talk a little bit about Neighborly and brag on why our owners thrive inside the Neighborly network. All right, next slide, my man Tommy. Tommy's my Vanna White today. Thank you, Tommy. All right, our mission, it's very important that we have two #1 customers at Neighborly. And you'll see the very end of this is very intentional. It is to be the most trusted service provider for life's most important investments, your home and your business. Your home is obvious. Our #1 customer are our end consumers that use our products and services. But your business, for the 4,000 plus franchise owners that have entrusted their savings, their career, and so much on the line to build the brands within Neighborly. As you can see, we have, you can count them, hopefully we did the math right, 19 North American brands. One thing that's important to note on here is the diversity of brands. You'll see things from dryer vent cleaning, Molly Maid cleaning, junk removal, the #1 original brand, Rainbow Restoration, all the way Lawn Pride, Housemaster, which is home inspection. Why this is powerful and why this is important in franchising. One, this is a $600 billion annual residential business. Two, it's primarily recession resistant, primarily. Obviously, we have some brands here that err a bit more on the discretionary side, but raise your hand if you're gonna let a broken HVAC or a broken toilet sit unfixed. For sure, one of those is getting fixed. And the other thing that's important here is the size and scale of these brands are very different. We have owners in these brands that have a truck and they're owner-operators, which gives a lot of diversity to who comes into our network. And we have an owner up here, I think, that has 200 trucks and does $100 million. So the variety of what you can get into if you're a veteran is wide and vast. The other reason it's important, I believe if you polled anybody leaving this conference, what they think of franchising, they're going to probably say burgers, drive-through, maybe coffee, maybe chicken sandwiches are hot now, but generally they think of fast food. So exposing and using this platform to let veterans know there are a lot of different and diverse paths to franchising. This slide, I'll move on to some of the, I think, misconceptions and myths. I believe we took this slide from ZeroMils and the work Kevin does. On the left-hand side, you'll see some of the headaches and challenges: too expensive, I'll lose my freedom, too risky, fast food, etc. Those are those demon, angel demon voices. These are a bit of the why I can't do something. If you look to the right, more reality, what we believe and what we see in our network are affordable entry points. As I said, there are owner-operated models all the way to very sophisticated models. One of the things that's also important to know in the trades and many of these services is you do not have to be an expert in it. You have to be an expert in operations, as Brad and others said from the stage today. We can teach you. You can hire professionals that know the trades. But the gap between these two is why these conferences and meetings and everything you do for the vets are so important, because educating and having the vets understand what the misconceptions and the easy way outs, that voice again on your shoulder that tells you why you can't do something, and the reality of what can happen. I will talk about a few barriers because I think it's important to name a couple of them. If you go back a slide, Tommy, just stay on that for a minute. Education awareness. Most services that we've seen, that we look at in the veteran space, focus on employment and not entrepreneurship. We do have incredible opportunities for employment at Neighborly, but today, and the specific focus is again on entrepreneurship. I will spend 1 second. I met somebody in the hallway. We were talking about employment. If every kid, whether they're pre or post-military, knew the opportunity in the trades and the type of living you can make, it is fantastic. And many of our owners, hopefully the owners here can attest to, started as service professionals. The gentleman that runs our largest precision garage door, which is $100 million, 6 years ago was hanging garage doors. Literally 6 years ago, a service professional. And the service professionals in many of our trades within the second year are making north of $125,000, $150,000 if you're likable. So much of our business is in front of customers. If you're likable, again, to stick with precision, in 8 weeks you can learn the craft. First year making 90, second year making 120, 100. So I got sidetracked on the employment piece. Sorry about that. Leaving the restroom, I was talking to somebody about the employment. So again, the ADHD, I'm still thinking about that conversation. So again, back to a couple real barriers: education, financing. Even people sophisticated in finance have trouble navigating SBA loans. How do I get them? Where do I get them? How do I qualify, et cetera? Retirement rollovers. Education around financing is a barrier that has to be improved. And again, all these barriers, the risk, the mentorship, all of these barriers we believe are absolutely not insurmountable when you pick a company with the right system, the right processes, the right brands. And again, we're here today to advocate that franchising and specifically Neighbor are great partners. You may have heard today several times from the stage, follow the system. You learn discipline, you learn rituals in the services. If any of you are recently from the services, are family members, spouses, you know, operation order is foundational. Those 5: situation, mission, execution, sustainment, and command and signal. If you look over to the right, franchising is almost a mirror image of operation order. Situation, market analysis. What are my homes? What are the demographics? What is the scenario that I'm getting into and that I've just acquired? Mission. What is my goal? Do I want to win half the homes, 10% of the homes, 20% of the homes? Do I want to have employ 5 people, 10 people? What is the mission? Execution. We are built on systems. Franchising is this much independence in the local market and this much system. 40 years ahead of us, 40 years before this, people built these systems and learned what not to do and what to do, again, much like the military. Sustainment, obviously franchise support, lots of tutoring, lots of calls, weekly calls, sales calls, incredible amount of sustainment to keep you thriving and active in your territories. Command and signal, obviously very similar in the franchise space as well. All right, I feel like we should do jumping jacks or something. Let's go. Come on, team neighbor, yeah. Maybe a wave, let's get going. Oh, appreciate that. We send out, follow the system. It sounds really simple, like so many things in life and especially corporate life. We send out about 300, 400 emails at the end of every month to franchise owners, congratulating them on their success, shining a flashlight on where they're thriving, and occasionally shining a flashlight on where they have opportunities. At the bottom of those emails, we ask a couple simple questions. What are you doing to differentiate yourself? What are you doing to drive this performance? 85%, I would say, of the answers come back very simple. A, I follow the system. And B, tied directly to that, I've added accountability. So they've added accountability to the people that work for them to follow the system. All of them, 85%, nearly all of them say, why I'm thriving is I just went back to following this system. And again, it's why we believe the connection between veterans and the discipline and rigor that you learn in the services aligns so well with A, franchising, and B, the trades. By the way, on the trades, again, squirrel brain, anybody see what's so fascinating? The trades right now are a bit of a gold rush. If you read the Wall Street Journal, you'll see every other week there's an article about plumbers, electricians are the next millionaires. Did you see 2 days ago, Mark Zuckerberg, Meta, the most digital company on the planet, is investing $300 million in training tradesmen and guaranteeing them jobs. Did you see last month, the CEO of Lowe's committed $300 million to training the tradesmen? Did you see a commercial recently with the CEO of NVIDIA, probably the most digital company in the world? If I were getting out of college, I would get in, or before or after college, I would get into the trades. The trades are a fantastic place to be. We're seeing, Brad can tell you, who runs our franchise development, we're seeing more IT professionals call us about becoming franchisees. I'm sure as they're sorting out AI, their future, what the landscape will look like. Thank you for moving me along, Tommy. He's the monitor since we don't have one on the clock. Quick picture, every other year biennially, we have all of our franchises are invited together. We have about 4,000 people to get together and celebrate the wins, the successes, the joys. This is 2 years ago. This is about 100 of our 400 franchisees that are veterans. So we have about 10% roughly of our franchise owners are vets. Try to put that in some context. Our 19 brands in North America will do about $4.5 billion of services in the US a year. And again, our franchise owners tend to over-index, so they will do north of $450 million of veteran revenue annually, which I think deserves a little round of applause. Yeah. Quick stat here. I can't remember if Matt or Brad went over it. As Unfortunately, I sent them my script before their panel, and they read all of it. So I think Matt covered this, that, what is it, 7% of the US is a vet and 14% are franchising, so over-indexed by quite a bit. And interesting enough, every single one of our 19 North American brands has a vet in the brand, so across the whole swatch. All right, talk about a few. I picked a couple random and a couple intentionally. Today here, I don't know if you've been introduced, but we have Joe from Mr. Handyman here. Thank you. Yeah. Uh-oh, I don't want to get any like... I did have an amazing experience in November. I was invited to West Point for a 3-day leadership. It was incredible. It was with a 3- and 4-star general. And something when you said Navy, I just thought about all the beat Navy everywhere, all over West Point. What an inspiration. By the way, I left there thinking every 16 and 17-year-old kid in America needs to go visit one of the service universities. The rigor, the discipline, I think it would change a lot of kids' lives to see that in person. Eating with the cadets, it was incredible. We have Lee here from Mr. Electric. Lee, please stand, say hi, thank you. Another, Army, Navy, and look, they can be friends. And Stephen, Army, we got, yeah, real property. Not listed on here, but a franchisee of the year. Every year we give a franchise of the year. Is Gail from Dryer Vent Wizard. Army, yeah. 4 of these faces up here are franchisee of the year. One of the things I want to point out is not only do we have 10% of our network that are franchisees, but we have a group of owners called Top Gun. Every year, you're the best of the best. And 11% of our veterans are Top Guns. So not only are they franchise owners, but they are thriving. A couple up here, the Bruins, Joe, Ray, and Kevin have all been franchise owners of the year. So other thing with the Neighborly is because of our multi-brands, the Bruins started with Mr. Electric, and now they bought into Precision. The Doug Johns owned Portland, Oregon, and he just bought into Seattle. Ray and his family, his wife and son, were Air Serv and just bought into Mr. Rooter. So again, not only are vets part of Neighborly, but they're thriving. They're growing in brands. They're winning accolades. Very, very amazing group of owners. All right, I will try to wrap it up here. Let that food coma kick in. These are the ZeroMils thriving pillars, and I want to make sure that we leave here feeling confident that franchising and Neighborly checks these. Meaningful employment, of course, meaningful to yourself, meaningful to the staff you hire, meaningful to the communities that you touch and build, which leads nicely into the next one, continued purpose through service. There are so many opportunities, and what many of our vets will say is you think you're gonna lose a bit of that mission, but once you realize that you're helping people in their homes with the comfort of their homes, the safety of their homes, the homes are sacred to many people, and we get to go into them and make them better places. One note on service that I'd ask for one other moment of recognition for Joe. Joe started 16 years ago picking a vet. She, some volunteers from her office and the community go to a vet's house, and in a day, they fix everything in the house. She's with Handyman and has the skills to fix anything, including bees. She will take bee removal. Over the last 16 years, again, she's done this every year. So she's helped 16 vets fix their homes in the day from soup to nuts. The fast math we did with labor, parts, everything, She's contributed $1 million to fixing Vet's house within the last 16 years. She's very modest. This is torture for her. Connected community times 1,000,000. The greatest thing about Neighborly, each of those brands has a community. Each of those brands has a culture, right? Each brand has its own little vibe. And then the greatest thing about Neighborly is then you get part of the bigger community. There's so much access to community outside of the obvious community you're fixing. Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. No lie, as you know, being an entrepreneur, it's pretty hard. But being an owner gives you the freedom to find time for mental health, whether that's sports, whether it's taking off a little early to kiss your kids goodnight, whatever it is. It's hard work, but it obviously gives you the ability to have a little bit of freedom and find that mental and physical health. I don't know why physical health made me think. One of those days at West Point, one of the generals I worked out with was, I think, 75. And we had a workout day. It was not pretty for me. He crushed me. And he just said something so great. He said something like, you know, how do you stay in great shape? And a little bit to my last quote, he said, it's just who I am. You know what I'm saying? There's no gray. It's just, I'm that disciplined, that committed to rituals and habits, which I'll talk about. And the last one, ongoing growth through education, mentorship, skill building. Lots of opportunity for mentorship here, both mentorees, being a mentor. Stephen was telling me he's been hosting at Real Property a mentor group for vets. And again, being such a big part of the community and being able to hire people. I think Stephen also said, you know, the chance to hire people and see what maybe they don't see in themselves and getting a chance to mentor. So we believe franchising and Neighborly specifically checks all the boxes for the military to thrive. Wrapping up, there's a quote we often use around Neighborly, which is, people do not decide their habit. People do not decide their success. They decide their rituals and habits, and that decides their success. Do you agree with that? Yeah, I like that. Thank you for the affirmation. And those rituals and habits are the ones that we believe and have believed from Don Dwyer Sr., who started this company, align so perfectly. Those rituals and habits that you get, foster, and live every day in the services connect so well with franchising. So thank you for the time. Thank you for the investment. When we invest in well, first let me say, Kevin, Paul, thank you, appreciate it. Monica, Tommy, thank you for everything you do. Your investment in the community and people is an investment in the economy and obviously an investment in our country. Thank you, I appreciate the time.
It's always great when you have someone who spent 21 years in the Army as a comms professional and then built military programs at Verizon in an incredible way. Thanks, Tommy, for everything that you do. And thanks, Mike, for that great keynote. We kind of bookended a few things here, right? We started with education, talked about employment, we talked about entrepreneurship, and I have to be honest, as someone who ran 3 national nonprofits over 10 years, my favorite part is looking at some of those leaders and seeing the work that they're making. That's our North Star, because all these 5 things are represented by those nonprofits and the companies that support them. We're actually going to pivot a little bit in a few minutes from something that I think is very complicated, military thriving cultures, to something that I call complex, which is to realize a military thriving community. So we're going to call a few people to the stage, but first I wanted to use something else to kind of pivot. I'm just going to go through these slides quickly because when we started at Georgetown, we really didn't realize what we wanted to do going forward the first time. We were just talking about how can we help solve the recruiting problem. And that was really, in large part, thanks to support of Wells Fargo. We ran around the community. In addition to going to 15 regions and doing exploration around this military thriving community model, we did 4 Uniting in Service events where hundreds of employees, more than 600 in Minneapolis, Dallas, Charlotte, and DC, mobilized and, in our minds, inspired young people to serve. We touched 10,000 underserved families. Most of them were civilians, so we weren't championing like, oh, we're gonna serve military families in need. It was those families in the communities through food insecurity programs, care packages, and the like. So that was a really meaningful year for us. And what we're doing now, I think is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, is trying to get communities to come together and collaborate. And we're going to have a panel here before we do the breakout sessions, and we kind of take your subject matter expertise. We're going to do a panel with Secretary Millett, Commissioner Ross, and Dave Lee to talk about what's going on in North Carolina and in Georgia. But this is basically trying to get all the stakeholder groups to work together, trying to get them to work together to come up with solutions to create extraordinary environments where families don't want to just live, work, and serve, but they want to stay for the long haul. And I think all too often, if you look at military installations across the country, there are families flooding out of some of these places, going to other communities, when a lot of those communities should be focused on keeping them there. And I think states are competing for that talent, but business owners, civic assets, all those things, we're not saying bring veterans, military spouses, and their families to your state to help them. We're saying bring them to your state so they can help you grow your economies. They can make your communities more vibrant. They can serve again. That's a completely different narrative that's out there. And what we've seen in 15 different regions of the country has been pretty significant. So we were in Dallas for our first regional change forum on April 27th. We're going to be releasing the results of that, like the start of a community blueprint, what we learned. We don't go somewhere just to talk. We actually workshop issues, and we started a community blueprint in Texas. And what happens in the future will depend on Dallas and the rest of Texas, whether or not they want to continue this effort. So I want to show a video that Bill Deutsch and his team at Hiring America put together, because when we went to Wells Fargo, and I want to foot stomp this, Wells Fargo has been there since the beginning too. They supported, as the presenting sponsor at the first Change Forum, they supported all 4 Uniting in Service events with a significant investment to mobilize 600 employees, not just their own, but all over those cities. And they're supporting this here. They're also supported Dallas, and they're also supporting Charlotte, and obviously the event here today. So, Sean, I want to thank you. This isn't a surprise. I had to show them the video first before we showed it, but it gives you a little taste of the culture and community piece. And then while we're showing this, we're gonna ask Dave, Secretary Millett, and Commissioner Ross to come up on the stage too. ZeroMils is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business. It was founded in 2022 with one simple mission in mind: to create military thriving cultures and communities. How do we empower service members, veterans, military spouses, and their families, not just to survive, but to thrive when they leave the military? Veterans and military spouses are a precious commodity. We should be working harder, not only to attract that talent, but to keep it for the long haul.
To me, military thriving, it's more than just recruiting and hiring veterans. It's really about delivering on those promises we made to the veterans while we were recruiting them.
A change forum is about bringing together a coalition of the willing, getting them to examine a problem, looking at how you can collaborate, integrate, and innovate and solve that problem together, and then agree as a coalition of the committed to go forward, measure those outcomes, and make progress. And then you capture all that, and you're basically crowdsourcing the start of a community blueprint. Because if you identify where the gaps, the barriers, and the obstacles are, whether that's employment for military spouses, whether that's healthcare, whether that's affordable housing. If you look at those things and you say, okay, these are the outcomes that we all want to drive, and you make progress towards that, you are going to be excellent.
So it's about bringing people together to listen to the needs of the military community and discuss how can we invest in programs and resources to help meet those needs. And so at the end of the day, Wells Fargo, ZeroMils, we're really interested in being accountable for outcomes, not just our effort and our intentions. It's about delivering on opportunity and development and mentorship and creating an organization where veterans and military spouses as employees really can thrive in their workplace and their communities, but they can thrive when they want, how they want, and where they want.
All right, hello everybody. I guess we have the distinct honor of kind of closing out the day before we actually roll up our sleeves and get to work. But I have the honor of being up here and sharing the stage with two amazing women doing some amazing work in there. And I'm really excited about having this opportunity. I am Dave Lee. I work at CVS Health. And if you want to know more, feel free to grab me because this session is about these two amazing women. I've had the honor of going to North Carolina a few times and serving on a panel where Madam Secretary was the moderator, and I was the one that was outnumbering her with other Army veterans. Now today, I'm up on the stage with two Air Force. I'm getting a feel for what it's like for you when you serve as a moderator. So let's jump right into this. North Carolina and Georgia certainly very strong presence of both active military and veterans. And each of you kind of has a unique role in the work that you do in those states. I'd like to start off just giving you an opportunity to share a little bit about who you are and what brought you into the roles that you're in. So Trish, we'll start with you.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Good afternoon now that everybody truly is in that food coma. Let me give you a little bit, and it helps you understand my story and how I got to where I am. I'm a 25-year Air Force vet, married to a 20-year. And when he was transitioning out of the service, he was one of those guys, electrical engineer, has a bachelor's, hotel restaurant management master's, businesses on an Air Force base. So extremely qualified individual, sent out tens of thousands of resumes, it seemed. He would hire him. His very first job out of the military was bagging groceries at Publix. Great company. As a retired 05 with an advanced degree and an engineer. And what we quickly discovered is he did not have military to civilian translation because although he had been a program manager handling billions of dollars in his job at the Pentagon, he didn't have those three letters, PMP, the program management certification. Soon as he got those three letters, he got employed. He ended up being a program manager in an makes sense, doesn't it? I say that because that was my second experience with that. My father, a 23 veteran and Air Force pilot, Vietnam era, had the very same experience. He had difficulty finding his footing in the civilian workforce. And in fact, he didn't really truly find his niche until he ended up kind of in the nonprofit space, mainly, but giving back to his community through habitat, through plumbing, through mission work with his church. And so as I decide what I wanted to do when I got out of the service, I knew I wanted to give back because veterans are my people. I think an apple falls from an apple tree. I come from a legacy of military service in my family, and I knew that I wanted to serve my people, serve them predominantly in education, training, and workforce, which was my very first job coming out of the Air Force. And then of being asked about 4 years ago to throw my name in the hat for commissioner for the state of Georgia. So that's kind of how I got here and why I'm here, to be among so many of you that are doing this each and every day, giving back to the community that I love and that we're all a part of.
Great, thank you. And Jocelyn, how about
you, Dave? First, I do want to thank ZeroMils for inviting me back a second time to attend this fabulous forum, and special shout out to co-founders Kevin and Paul. Kevin, your house sounds amazing. You're building a house in Wisconsin, is that right? But Paul, can you please tell everyone the state that you call home? Okay, great. And then when Mike was talking about veteran success at Neighborly and Lee stood up, Lee, can you tell us what your title is? Mr. Electric of? And where's Chapel Hill? Okay, great. So I just want everyone to know that North Carolina welcomes you, not just for the numbers and statistics, but the support and resources and fabulous collaborative network that we have in our state. So I am a third-generation veteran.
And competitive.
Oh, absolutely, and so is our governor. So I'm a third-generation veteran. I tell people I am the person and leader I am today because I was raised by an Air Force 06 who was raised by an Army E8. My family has 198 years of combined military service to this great nation, officer and enlisted, Air Force, Army, and Marines. And that is my why. That's why I do this work. The military thriving movement for me is deeply personal, and the work that I'm doing every day ensures that the history of service families, a history that's marked by resilience and excellence, actually becomes the future for this next generation of North Carolinians and all Americans. I graduated from the United States Air Force Academy. There's been a lot of West Point, thank you, a lot of West Point, Annapolis talk today. Okay, so I went to the Air Force Academy. I served on active duty for 10 years in the Air Force as an admissions advisor at the academy, then as an intelligence officer. Then I cross-trained into the JAG Corps after graduating from UNC Chapel Hill School of Law. My service ended because I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. So like Kevin said yesterday, sometimes God creates a different path for you. And so I was raised a patriot, I think is what Jason Redmond said yesterday, and I was hoping to serve for a full career, but the Lord had a different plan for me. So when I got out, the transition was rough. It 10 years of service, 3 degrees, and I was going from being a military lawyer to a civilian lawyer. So I was surprised and disappointed about how hard the transition was in North Carolina, and then went on to practice law at the international law firm of McGuire Woods in the Raleigh office, made partner, and realized I was exhausted, but also that I was missing like the mission element that I loved from public service. So I quit. Didn't have another job. One of my clients was like, Jocelyn, are you going in-house? I was like, yeah, to my house. And my husband was working for the world's largest architecture firm at the time. He was at Gensler, and he got them to base him in Mexico City for a month. So he pulled the kids out of school. They were like 2 and 4. And so I world schooled them for 4 weeks in Mexico City. And we came back, and that is when Governor Stein's transition team called me and asked me to interview for this job. I did not say yes right away, because I was going from being a small business owner, working for my husband for like 3 days a week. We had started a federal government contracting company. 3 days a week, really, but if he asked, it was 6 days. I was working really hard for his business. But I didn't know if I wanted to be a cabinet secretary. But after a weekend of prayer and talking to trusted advisors, I said yes, and this has been the honor of my life to serve in this role, because I'm using my zealous advocacy skills as a trial attorney, but directed towards the people I care about so deeply.
Great, thank you. So Trish, I got a follow-up question for you. You and I got to know each other when you were leading Vector. So can you talk there and how it's influencing the work you're doing as the commissioner in Georgia?
Yeah, absolutely. And I should have known better than to follow Jocelyn. So the Vector Center it stands for Veteran Education Career Trainer. For those of you who have no idea what a Vector Center is, we like to say it basically puts you on the right path as you transition, whether that's off of active duty or as a veteran at any point, as well as for your spouse. So this invested an initial $10 million in this one-stop shop center. But what the center also does, in addition to bring my folks, now Georgia and our veteran service officers, to do your benefits, claims, connect you to community resources, kind of that whole ecosystem. It also does workforce training, part of what it does. When you talk about the trades, we had electric, HVAC, welding, industrial, manufacturing. We had it all in there. We had 19 different programs that were approved as DoD skill bridge programs. We were the first DoD skill bridge programs because we were tied to a 2-year college system. So everybody got college credit out of it, which means they could take those credentials anywhere and start, at a much higher level in that trade. We ended up going into some white collar space, a lot of systems, security. And so I did that. I built that team from basically nothing. I mean, my name is on one of the IB it up, started that, built the team, got it going, ran it for about 6 years before I came into this role. I'm excited to it. It's a phenomenal model, and I understand there are some other models throughout the states that do something similar. But a second big vector center funded by the state, but is a private-public partnership, which I think is kind of a theme of today. Outside, for those of you Army vets, Columbus, Georgia, and Fort Benning. We also have vector centers standing up at Albany, Georgia, which is outside base in the state. We have one in Metro Atlanta, which is outside of Dobbins Air Reserve Base. Savannah is coming along. Stewart and my Hunter Army Airfield folks will have that opportunity. And it really is a tremendous partnership, not only workforce development skills, but providing employment afterwards. That is really where we made the biggest difference. And then it allows you a 15-week period, which is what most of the programs are other than commercial truck driving, allows you that kind of off-ramp, right? Or out of the reserves or out of the Guard. I mean, it expands your transition program 15 weeks where cohort of fellow veterans or their spouses going through that same transition. And it really does create great mentorship programs. I have had so many people reach back out to me after the fact that just want to pour back into the next classes. So after 10 years expanding in the state of Georgia, and that kind of led me to where I am now. That was, I think, part of the reason they asked is kind of a change agent to my organization. And, I'm very grateful and blessed. And that's a team that I've continued to stay in contact. In fact, I talked to one of them last night. So definitely it was a family thing. It was a tremendous honor serving, more veterans, more than just the folks coming through our center, many of which were from North Carolina. We had a lot from Camp Point, as well as Fort Bragg. They may have gone back. We may have kept them in Georgia, just saying.
They probably went back.
Yeah, no, yeah, thank you for that, Dave. And Dave and I got to know each other then, and it's a fantastic program. I recommend community wants to do something like that. It really does bring everybody together around that military, that veteran, that spouse, to give them.
Awesome. Great. Thanks. So when people hear titles like secretary or commissioner, I'm sure immediately they start to think about the VA. And so assume that you have thousands of people working for you and billions of dollars of budget. Can you help tell us what you really consists of?
Wait, Paul knows me so well. Do you hear him cackle in the back when you said that? Yeah, because I have like 10 people and $5. Okay, just joking.
She has more than I do. May I say that?
It's true. It's true. So I'm the governor's liaison to all of the military installations in North Carolina. My department operates 13 veteran service centers, 5 state veterans homes, and 4 state veteran cemeteries. We also have an outreach and transition support division. Say this. So it's called my Outreach and Transition Support Division, but it is staffed by one person. Every single division within the North Transportation has more people and more money than my entire department. And when the governor gave each of the cabinet secretaries agencies during the first 2 months of cabinet meetings, the trial attorney in me wanted to start with an attention-grabbing statement. So I said, "Good afternoon, Governor and fellow cabinet secretaries. I would like all of you to stop saying North Carolina is the #1 state for military and veterans, because we're not." And then my best friend in the cabinet leaned over to me. She was like, "Girl, that was your outside voice." I was like, this is my outside voice, because we can't be the #1 state for military and veterans just by touting that we have the 4th largest military population, 8th largest veteran population, 20,000 transitioning service members, but nothing to show for what we're doing to support them and serve them. And not nothing, but like we need to do more, okay? And so for the last 18 months, I have been saying that a lot. And we're still not #1, but we have implemented and grown so much, but it's been because of collaboration. It's not because my budget did not increase, my staff did not increase, but we have had wonderful success because of partnerships and collaborations with many of the people that were on that slide, local chambers of commerce, private nonprofits, and that's how I'm able to do the work that I am tasked to do as the Secretary of Military and Veterans Affairs. And so the governor, who, like I said, is also competitive, after I said we're not #1, he asked what other states are doing that we're not yet doing in North Carolina. And I said, respectfully, Governor, you've given me 15 minutes. It would take all that time and then some if I were to tell you all the things other states are doing that we're not yet doing in North Carolina. So I gave him a couple, and we've worked on several since then. But he has taken it very seriously, and I do too, to increase the service and supports that we offer military and veteran families, and that has taken collaboration. And I'll talk about the roadshow at some point, I'm sure.
I was going to follow up with that. So since you mentioned it, yeah, share a little bit. So you've got a small staff, but you're going around the state and meeting with people where they're at. So talk a little bit about the roadshow and what you're doing.
Yeah, so this actually makes the community idea. This is about driving impact at the local level. And that's what we've done through our employer engagement roadshow efforts. So this started because I spoke on a panel last February to a group of transitioning families. And a guy stood up at the end and asked me, Madam Secretary, how can you help us dispel the notion that hiring a veteran is a risk or liability? And I answered his question with an idea. I was like, well, we got to control the narrative. We have to tell the story of resilient, hardworking military spouses and veterans, and then we got to take that show on the road. And my staff was in the back, like cringing, like, oh my God, this is an idea, and she wants to do it, and we're gonna have to do it. But like, they were excited, and like, we've done it. So it's also really cool, Paul, that I talked about this last year, and it was a concept, but because of these collaborative networks, we have turned it into a statewide reality. So we have stopped in 3 cities in North Carolina. We have 3 to go. But we have educated, and I asked my staff for the number, 249 attendees, 128 companies. It is a one-day event, 9 to 3, but it's interactive, it's engaging. It actually starts with a wonderful presentation about turning the narrative that we are not broken, right? That we are not broken as veterans and military spouses. There is an engaging portion about deep diving your company and talking about the initiatives you have in place to support military and veteran families. There is a military spouse panel at every stop where my comms director, who's a military spouse, lets people hear the stories of experiences of military spouses. I lead a business leader panel at every stop so business leaders can share what they've done at their companies and how it's been impactful. But it's so important because we're not just parachuting into these cities, right? Every stop has a local nonprofit who's on the planning committee. Every stop has a member of the local chamber of commerce who's on the planning committee. And I'm so excited to say that right here at Georgetown, I'm sitting in the room with a future panelist on my business leader panel, and Sean Passmore at Wells Fargo. I'm sitting with a sponsor of several of the roadshows, CVS Health, and Dave was also a business leader panel. I'm sitting in the room with a nonprofit leader in North Carolina who is on the planning committee, Blake Bourne, the CEO of Veterans Bridge Home. I'm sitting in the room right now with another planner from ZeroMils. Paul is part of the planning committee as well. But it's taking all of us, and we have had incredible success. And I would love for all of you to replicate this in your respective states.
And I have to add, so after Asheville, there was a volunteer, a Marine Corps veteran, who reached out to me and said, hey, it was great meeting you. And I thought he was actually part of Jocelyn's staff. He said, I'm looking for a job. And he is now working at CVS Health. So I was afraid to tell you at first because I thought we were stealing somebody from you. And it actually turned out to be a good thing. So Trish, share a little bit about like what's your role as commissioner. And you've heard, what Jocelyn's role is like. Share with everybody like what's similar, but also what's different.
Okay, so let me start with what's different. So I'm not charged with interacting with our military bases. We've got 9 active duty installations in the state of Georgia coming my way, but again, we've got a much smaller team and even less money. So I've got maybe $250 to Jocelyn's $5. That part of the Joint Defense Commission, which goes along and goes around and interacts with all of our military installations and those commanders. Plugged in, but that is not part of my role. My role is serving the almost 700,000 veterans in the state and their families. So that aim, and that we do a lot of the same things, whether it's benefits, cemeteries, skilled nursing homes, we have that same portfolio. What Jocelyn is doing, and yes, that is an idea I'm going to steal, on the workforce hiring, engaging with employers, so decided that outreach was a key initiative for our department. Because prior to me coming in the job, we never went out. Expected folks to come to us. That is no longer the case. So also my small team cringed when I'm like, we're going to do outreach. And my outreach team, I've got each have a specialty, but we will be spending the next 2 days in Rome, Georgia, doing a huge outreach event focused on women veterans, community partnership, very similar to what was just explained for North Carolina, where it's that entire community coming together, as well as a whole bunch of organizations that support military veterans and their families, hundreds of people supporting, supporting that group, but serving thousands. In that 2-day time frame, we will probably see 3,000 to 4,000. And that wouldn't be, have some partners in the room. So since Jocelyn shouted out hers, so mine, Lloyd Knight here with UPS in Atlanta, they're all these events. Lacey Gano, who's with Camp Southern Ground, also in the state of Georgia. So them, multiply them times 100. Those are our outreach events. We do about 6 big ones every year, partnering with main nonprofit organizations. Quite honestly, can't afford to do it, but we are there on site connecting our veterans and their families to that community. Additional partners as part of that community, as well as providing the benefits assistance that is one of our core missions. So that's probably what we do similar, different, because it's not workforce focused. It's more, hey, let me connect you to your community.
Like, what do you think the role is of the states versus the people that are in states all across the country have various needs? Every state's got unique programs. There's unique nonprofit organizations supporting them. So as the government starts to look at developing this National Veterans Strategy Act, what do you think the roles of the states should be, and kind of what are the boundaries between state and federal government in executing a National Veterans Strategy Act?
So I'll start, because Jocelyn's far more articulate than her trial lawyer comes out, and she'll add to what I have to say. But we're the boots on the ground folks, connecting to our veterans and connecting to our communities. If the federal government wants to know what is needed in the state of Georgia or North Carolina, we're the ones they should. We will have those connections to those communities, in other words, y'all, to be able to make sure that that strategy is effective and you can measure the outcomes. So I would say we need to be a seat at the table, the states as a whole, whether it's through our national, represents all states, territories, and the District of Columbia. But we are the folks that will be kind of the voice for our states and that connectivity to our community partners.
So I agree. I think the federal government of setting a standard and creating a framework, but the states come in and helping the federal government determine what the needs are for the veterans. You have already alluded to this, but veterans' needs are not one size fits all. And especially in North Carolina, we have the second largest rural population of any state in the country. And rural veterans have different needs than veterans who live in Charlotte. but also women veterans have different needs than male veterans. And it also depends on ethnicity and level of employment and disability status. And so I think the states will play a really important role in delivering this impact on the ground and delivering localized support and creating these collaborative networks that I've talked about, holding hands with nonprofit leaders, Chamber of Commerce leaders in our respective states. So I think the federal government will set a framework, but I think the states will really drive the implementation.
Awesome, great. That leads back to the previous question. In this execution, you just both talked about it, the importance of you both are working together along with some other states and also some of the nonprofit organizations you mentioned here. I mean, you all are for all of us of collaboration. Can you talk a little bit about some of the work that you are doing together and the plans for things you're going to be doing later, bring states together so that you recognize people are crossing borders and you want to make sure we're serving veterans the best way we can for the work you're doing together?
Okay, I'll start. We're looking at each other because we are very collaborative, if you haven't figured that out. While I would love for every veteran in the state of Georgia or come to the state of Georgia, because we've already talked about, that is a largely untapped human resource director's dream as far as these go. I mean, we've spent a lot of time on that today. But that being said, I mean, my position, whether I was at Vector, is being taped, so I might get in trouble, as commissioner, is all I care about is where that veteran, in my mission statement, we call it the veteran and their family, for them to flourish. Whether that's North Carolina, whether that is some under what is called Mission 85, so it follows the I-85 interstate. We collaboratively work with nonprofits in each of our respective states and have brought together North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia as part of a group. Strategically, how can we work better together to support those veterans? Because even if they start out in my state, they may end up in Georgia, end up somewhere else. And we don't want those arbitrary state lines to prohibit somebody from flourishing or thriving wherever they have added. Virginia is going to be at our next meeting over the summer. We're, no kidding, we're getting together leadership that all things VA, nonprofits, philanthropy, state government, to try and figure out how we as a state in local do this better, but do it better together. Because as Jocelyn already said, not a single one of us can do this on our own, all of us. And so in this case, it's going to take 4 of us as state directors or secretaries.
I'll also just add the importance at your region. I hope all of you have a fabulous liaison at the Defense State Liaison Office like we have in North Carolina and Samantha Sliney, but that's with the federal level in your region entirely. And also we have a collaboration of all of the secretaries, commissioners, directors of military and veterans affairs across the country. And we meet together in person twice a year as well. And so I'll be with Trish and several other state directors in Tampa next week, just sharing best practices and sharing challenges also. And it's a really wonderful network. But like, no single one of us can do this work alone, but also we want to think broadly, right? Like universities like UNC and Duke need to be sharing their that they're doing about veterans and military families with all of you, right? And companies need to look at the great work that Wells Fargo and CVS Health are doing. And nonprofits need to look at what Veterans Bridge Home is doing both in South Carolina and in North Carolina. And so when universities are sharing insights and when businesses are opening doors and nonprofits are delivering services and when the Assembly to the United States Congress are aligning policy and legislation, that's when we create a network that will really help address all of the complex needs of military and veteran families.
Awesome, thanks. I want to get the last word of what can we do to help veterans and military families thrive in your state?
Okay. I'm sick of hearing business leaders say they don't hire infantrymen at their company, or they don't want to hire a military spouse because they're leaving in 2 years. Because let me tell you this, you hire people who are professional and punctual and work well under pressure and are good team members and know how to work towards a common goal. Then you hire infantrymen. And the military spouses are the ones who find out where their spouse is getting stationed, find the best school district near that base, find a house in that district, register their kids for school, unpack the house, make that house a home, get themselves a job, and do it again in 2 years. So that flexibility and adaptability and resilience that military spouses have, who cares if they're leaving in 2 years? Lucky you, company, for having their value and impact for 2 years. I know I talk fast when I get excited, y'all, but I'm excited. And it's also personal, right? Like, I saw my mama, who's a social worker, finish her degree and then not work again once my dad joined the military. We moved 17 times. She's not going to get licensed in all these different states. And so we owe it to them to give them the support and resources they've earned. So my last word is to hire military spouses and veterans. You're welcome. No, thank you.
And I agree. She said that far better than I could. But let me put this back on y'all too. So part of the issue with hiring military spouses, of which I was one, my husband was one, my mom was one, same thing. I ended up starting working again in her 40s after my dad couldn't find a job, was reciprocity. And so y'all are all constituents. You all have congressional representatives, be it at the state or the federal government. Make sure that our military spouses, whatever their certifications or licensures are, or those military members coming out of the service, there's reciprocity, and that transfers from state to state to state, so they don't have to start over again to get that social work license, or in my mom's case, getting her teaching certification in a different state that, oh, by the way, takes her the entire time till they're ready to PCS again. So I would say be the best advocate you can and engage your state and federal representatives, because like I said, we are the best constituents. We vote at higher rates. We are civically engaged. Don't be afraid to use those folks to amplify the veteran voice.
Awesome. Well, thank you to both of you. You are two amazing women. I am proud to have the ability to work with both of you. Can we get a round of applause for the hard work they do supporting our veterans and families?
Dave is teaching me not to talk too much, but wow, Secretary Millett, Commissioner Ross, thank you so much. I thought it was an incredible panel and a great way to lead into the community and other breakouts that we're doing. So I was kind of thinking a little bit about this collaboration across states. I think this is something that what we're actually going to do for the next hour is going to be a focus on, because we can only give the stage to a couple of leaders. And we've been, as I said earlier, going to a lot of different parts of the country. So we're going to break into 4 groups. And these are the breakout sessions. You see some names that are written up there that are going to help facilitate the breakouts. And I got instructions from Monica on where everyone's going. There she is. On the back of your name tag should be a number, or on the front of your name tags, wherever it is on the back. I have a funny story about that I'll share another time. But the first 2 breakouts are going to be on education and entrepreneurship. I think over the past 10, 15 years, there's been a lot of discussions about employment. So both Doug Heckman, who's on our team, an Air Force veteran who came to us from Cale, is going to work with Meg O'Grady in that breakout. And then on the entrepreneurship side, we're going to lead on Tommy Jones, who's leading that effort for ZeroMils, along with Brian Wieters and Wendy, who you heard speak earlier from IFA. And then on the community side, we're actually teaming North Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia. There are actually some folks from South Carolina here too. So there's going to be a lively discussion there. And then on the 4th breakout, they weren't mentioned except on the earlier slide, but Eden Murray and Matt Watkins, who we've been working with in Tennessee with Ed McGee and Chris Lancia putting the pieces in places there, are going to be sharing with folks from Texas, and also with NAC VSO from California. So not only will Herm join, but believe it or not, David West and Jim Zenner flew all the way from across the country to be here today. So this hour is really important. I ask that you stretch yourself a little bit here. There's nothing really complicated about what we're doing. I guess that I would say what concerns me on the heels of that fireside chat or panel is, what are we measuring? Like, what really matters? And how many people are really reporting those measures that matter? 20,000 families transition out of North Carolina every year, probably around the same number from Virginia. Are they staying? If they're not staying, why aren't they staying? Happy that they're going to other states, but that's what it's all about. It's more about retention of families and what you're doing to keep them and keep them for the long haul. Hey, aspirationally, the first, second, third military thriving state in the nation will model something that is so extraordinary that every other state in this nation will model it too. But this is not complicated. It is very, very complex, and you have to pinpoint, because every state is different. Every state is different. So what we're going to do today is we're going to share best practices and lessons learned in a very candid and transparent way where we learn from one another, taking into account that we're all different. But, you know, when I put that slide with the 8 stakeholder groups, there are a lot more stakeholders than that. The glue for us is going to be the county VSOs. Are all the states working with their county VSOs? 3,000 of them across the country. They are literally the front lines for veterans and their families. And that's what we're going to be, the connective tissue. We're going to connect the dots. But I think what's really important in the breakouts is what's working, what's not working, and how can we do better together and learn from these things, right? How can the communities do it? I think it's going to be a very lively discussion. So I'm asking all of you to go to your breakout sessions. We're going to meet until 3, and then we're going to come back here just to wrap up real quick. So this is, I know it's complicated, but this is where I want the sharing to happen. And I want the states to learn from one another. You're going to have other representatives from other states share too. Again, there were 25 states out of 50 represented here today. That's pretty extraordinary. So we'll be sharing all this information. We're going to go to our breakout. So education is here. For the other 3 breakouts, we're going to go down 1 floor. For entrepreneurship, it's room 370. For North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, it is room 340. And for Texas, California, and Tennessee, it's room 350. Everyone have their assignments? We'll see you back here in about 50 minutes.
corner.
Last men and ladies standing. You guys did it. Hey, Brad. Brad. All right, we're going to wrap up. Just grab your seat real quick, and then you can hop right back up after I finish these 2 minutes of remarks. Not even remarks. I just want to tell you what's next for ZeroMils and what we did today and what you can expect, okay? Okay, I think most of the people, I think Paul's getting the entrepreneur breakout to come up, but for all of you that were in that last session, I don't know how the education session went. You had a smaller group, but yeah, just chatting, talking about the higher ed world and other things. But I put this slide back up here because it's an oversimplification of how challenging it is to get everyone to work together. We actually have one that has like a cityscape at the bottom, and there are different boxes, and then these implementation pillars are broken down, coming from those stakeholder groups down to this thriving city. I can't say enough. It is literally the hardest thing I've ever tried to do in 59 years of my life, and 38 years professionally, is to try to get people to work together. I don't know why that is, except that people view what they're trying to do very myopically about what they're trying to accomplish, the goals they have, and the outcomes they're trying to achieve. And I don't think there's any ill intent there. I think in sectors, there's a lot of competition that we could break down. I think we were very successful at doing that, at hiring our heroes, at Operation Gratitude. And I know there are going to be some of the nonprofits I mentioned. We only work with nonprofits that collaborate. And I know that there are nonprofits in the room that are going to be making big announcements soon. I'm not even going to point to them, but we need to see more of that in the space. And I was really, some of the contributions from North Carolina, Blake, your comments in that community breakout were really telling. And Blake's leading a nonprofit that's making a huge difference in North Carolina. So I think there's a lot of learning that can be done. I put these up here because I think it is a very complex problem. And one of the last things I said was, if a community does this, they're going to benefit greatly, because no one else is really doing it to great effect. So that's really the case. I showed this slide because Dallas was the first place we went to. So the first thing that we're going to do next week is we're going to publish the outcomes of Dallas. I've been holding off on that until we did this national session. We'll also report, you're going to get a long email that's going to have like the briefings that you can look at from all the way from Mark Milliron all the way to some of the content that we shared. And then we're going to take the breakout sessions and we're going to pump it into Claude, and we're going to ask Claude to help us kind of distill it. And what it does is really fascinating. It's taking what we did at the first two national change forums, this one, our testimony before the House Committee on Small Business, and all the regional stuff that we're doing, and it's sharing that. So that it's combining it. It's okay. I don't know. Is she mad at Claude or something? Is that your AI? Is that your AI tool? It's telling you your car is here, Greg. You need to get to your car. You need to drive to Philadelphia. Okay, so we owe you those things. The last thing is where we're going next. So I mentioned it a couple times. We'll be in Nashville on July 23rd, where we're doing a stakeholder meeting, which is kind of a abridged version of this. We needed one more bite of the apple in Tennessee before we branch back to Nashville on October 12th or 13th, where we'll do a change forum. So July 23rd in Nashville, we're going to be partnering with Soldiers to Sidelines, where they're doing their coaching summit, and we're bring those two things together. And then October 12th, 13th in Nashville. San Diego is August 26th. So if you have interest in Southern California, there are several people from California. We'll be in San Diego working with National University, with SDMAC. There's an incredible military spouse there named Tracy Steele, who used to be at Hiring Our Heroes, that created a nonprofit or an entity called Community Cultivator to focus on spouses. But there are lots of universities in San Diego, and there are a lot of defense contractors that want us to come too. So San Diego will be a focus on August 26th. And then hopefully with Secretary Millett, with Blake, as they're doing their roadshow, I think a day after one of the places they're going to, or something they're doing together in the southern part of the state, we're going to be in Charlotte on October 27th. So Blake is going to be a big player in that, deciding where we're doing it, how we're doing it, and the like. Obviously, Wells Fargo and CVS Health, that Secretary Millett mentioned, will be a part of it too, as will Neighborly and the national partners. So the big ones for you are August 26th in San Diego, in Nashville on October 12th and 13th, and Charlotte on October 27th. We pushed Los Angeles and Indiana till 2027. We still met our commitment because last year's at the Change Forum, we said we would do 3. But as Paul, Monica, and Tommy know, we like to double down. So we tried to do 6 this year, but we need a little bit more time to do it next year. We're going to take what we learned in San Diego and move it to LA. LA is a lot more complicated. And Indiana wants to do it in line with the Navy Notre Dame football game in 2027. So imagine that. I do want to close by just mentioning my team. Paul, Tommy's probably running around. He's already carrying luggage to the cars and the trucks. But I'm really blessed to have Paul and Monica and Tommy on our team. Monica, I want you to stand up, please. Monica has been with us forever. She did all of this, truth be told. She organized the whole thing from start to finish. Monica was with us at Operation Gratitude. She actually came to OG through the Spouse Fellowship Program at Hiring Our Heroes. She was one of the first cohorts when it was just Maryland. She had the unenviable task of being my EA and then the Chief of Staff at Operation Gratitude. She went to United Through Reading, did incredible work for them, and then we convinced her after our year was up where we couldn't work with her to come work for us again. And she's done incredible work for us. General Pace said, take care of the people you're privileged to lead. I mean, that's what this is all about. It's, for me, I'm the most impossible person to work with or work for, but it's work with in this case. And we have an incredible team. But Monica is going to be with us, but we're trying to help her find her next chapter too. And I think that's a lesson for everyone. We actually talked about this in the last group. We are so blessed to have her twice, but it's time for her to spread her wings too. So we'll be looking for someone to replace her, which is impossible. There's no one that can replace Monica. And but we're also looking for her next chapter of thriving and what that looks like for her. Because I'll end with this. We talked about community. I'll go back to the transition. We're always in transition. And we should always be trying to transform ourselves. And we will be there with Monica every step of the way, just like we were with Trish Bautista. So that's the last thing I'll say. Take care of the people you're privileged to lead. That's what this is about when it boils down to it. People have to stop what they're doing every day. We know that you have to report to your shareholders. We know you have to report to your boards. We know that you have to take care of your families. Take care of yourself and the people that you're privileged to lead. And if you just think that way, you're going to be military thriving. I just don't think people are thinking that way right now in this country. And I think we need to do better. So thank you for being here today and trying to do better with us. I think it's an incredible group. We are blessed and honored to have you. we were overwhelmed by the number of people that registered. We actually took some risks, and if you're planning events, plan a 20% no-show rate in this day and age. We actually were at max capacity, but we were over too. So thank you for spending the whole day with us. We'll report back with that stuff, and we'll see you all soon. Thank you.